Rogers out there?
Angela Ward.
Angela Ward.
Yes.
But I want Wayne Rogers. Maybe, I don't remember which one I called first now. My apologies. Wayne Michael Rogers, 25W838865A and B. Your name, sir?
Wayne Michael
You're
Rogers.
charged with driving on a suspended and equipment violation, and you have the right to a lawyer. If you want one, I'm going to give you one.
No.
All right, so I'll arraign you, and then I'll send you to the prosecutor. It's alleged that on May the 29th of 25, that you did operate a motor vehicle in the city of Woodhaven, county of Wayne on West near Ford at 3:24 p.m. They think you had a suspended license. That is a misdemeanor. It is punishable by up to 500 fines, 93 days jail, costs are all those, and 2 points. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Those are the maximums. Then you have an equipment violation, 0 pointer. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Did you sign, read, and understand this advice of rights?
Yes.
If you plead guilty at any time, today or at any other subsequent court hearing, you'll be giving up all those rights, and there will not be a hearing or a trial. Do you understand that?
I understand that.
All right. You still wish to waive your right to a lawyer?
No.
You want a lawyer?
No.
Okay. So you waive your right to a lawyer? I'm just asking. I'm not trying to trick you here.
Yeah, to a lawyer. Yes, to a lawyer, please.
Okay. You want a lawyer, right?
Yes.
$500 personal bond. You cannot leave the state without the consent of the court or violate a law. You must appear in court as directed. You can go out in the hall. We'll set you up, and then you'll come back in front of me, okay?
Okay.
Good luck. Angela Lunette Ward, 25W838525A. And E. Could I have Singh up here? Kushwat Singh, your name, ma'am?
Angela Ward.
You're charged with driving while license not valid and also speeding, and you have the right to a lawyer. Do you want one?
No.
It is alleged that on May 29 and 25 that you did operate a motor vehicle while your license was not valid on I-75 near Weston Woodhaven. That is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 500 fines, 93 days jail, costs are all those, and 2 points. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You're also charged with speeding 80 and a 70, which is a 1-point civil infraction. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Did you sign the advice of rights?
Yes.
Did you read it and understand it?
Yes.
If you plead guilty, you'll be giving up all those rights, and there will be no hearing or trial. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay, you still wish to waive your right to a lawyer?
No.
You want a lawyer?
No.
You waive your right to a lawyer?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm entering a not guilty plea, $500 personal bond. Here are your bond conditions. You cannot leave the state without the consent of the court. You cannot violate any law or ordinance. You must appear in court as directed. We're going to send you over to the Woodhaven City Attorney. You speak with him, and then you'll come back in front of me, okay?
All right.
Best of luck.
No, see that.
Kushwant Singh, 25W838659.
Good morning, Your Honor. For the record, Steve Robinson appearing on behalf of Mr.
How you
Singh.
doing, Mr. Robinson? It's been a while.
I'm well, Judge. You're right. It has been. Thank you.
How you doing?
I'm living the dream, Judge.
You don't look like you're living the dream. Like you're off-
I still don't have power at my house.
Oh, no. How many days has that been?
Just since yesterday afternoon, so I'm using my wife's office right now, just down the road.
Jeez. All right, so you negotiated this with the prosecutor. You're authorized to enter this plea. You're going to plead to impeding traffic, the expired plate to be dismissed. True?
That's correct, Your Honor. I do have authority.
All right, to that charge of impeding traffic, responsible or not responsible?
Responsible.
All right, the fines and cost schedule on an expired plate is $135. I'll make it $130. Pay, and it says you need 2 weeks, or she needs, or he needs 2 weeks to pay. Pay by July 8th.
Thank you, Judge.
33court.com if they want no fees, as long as they're paying it in full. Okay?
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, nice to see you.
Take care.
Good morning. What do you have?
Traffic. Diletta car.
What's the name?
Diletta car.
What time's that up?
9 o'clock.
9 a.m.
Is there a Dylan car out there by chance, Lisa?
I don't see one.
No, not on Zoom.
All right, I'm gonna give him 15 minutes, okay?
There's a young lady sitting out there. I don't know if it's her though.
Yeah, go ask her if you would. What's your name, ma'am?
Did you read that and fill that out? Then we were vice regs.
Yeah, I didn't know if I'm supposed to wait for my lawyer or not.
No, you're good.
Who's your lawyer?
Hadar, Mark Hadar,
Mark Hyder?
yes. He got caught by the train.
She's just here for a ring, for a trial.
Okay.
She's pro per right now.
Okay.
Just waiting for her to fill it out.
That wasn't her?
Are you done?
I'm not, yeah. Hopefully.
You're close.
Is he showing up, Shinky? What about Tony Kernan? Can we lose him?
Yeah, I mean, if we have to, he's right up front, but we would have to.
So I'm told. Okay. I guess it's.
Right to the podium there.
Your name, sir?
David Esteban Gonzalez.
I'm sorry, say that again.
David Esteban Gonzalez.
You speak Spanish? Yes?
Yeah, sí, yes.
Okay, I'm gonna get you an interpreter.
Thank you. Gracias, thank you.
This has been adjourned, so I think it. So I'm gonna give you another date. Listen, I'm gonna give you another date, but you have to show up on this date, okay? No adjournments, no adjournments, no adjournments. So what day do you want to do, Lisa? We need a Spanish interpreter.
July 9th at 8:45.
July the 9th at 8:45. Okay? Take him down the hall. Go give him the notice.
He's fine to come down, Judge. We've talked many times.
You speak English? Yes?
Please talk to one.
Wait a minute, you're going like this and then you're shaking your head. Do you speak English?
Yes.
You speak English? Well, you're going like that. All right, well, I want to make sure. We're going to have to, well, you go down the hall, get your date. We'll get you a Spanish interpreter, okay? Thank you. Crystal Holt? Crystal Marie Holt?
Right here to the podium.
Or we're waiting for your lawyer, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay, no problem. All right. Why don't you hold that till her lawyer shows up?
Okay. That was Mr. Hyder, correct?
I think that's what she said. Kaloyan, Brian Michael Kaloyan, 25W838905A and B. Good morning. Your name?
Ron,
Ron what?
Ryan Cole,
Okay. How do you pronounce the last name?
Lloyd,
Kaloyan. Okay, I'm sorry.
that's okay.
You're charged with driving on a suspended and no insurance. You have the right to a lawyer. If you want one, I'm going to give you one. You waive one? Yes?
Yes.
On June 10 of 25, it is alleged that you did operate a motor vehicle on I-75 southbound near Vreeland and Woodhaven at 1:48 in the morning. That is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 500 fines, 93 days jail, costs of all those in 2 points. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
Did you sign the advice of rights and read and understand the rights?
Yes, sir.
If you plead guilty, you'll be giving up all those rights and there will not be a hearing or a trial. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Do you still wish to waive your right to a lawyer?
Yes, sir.
I'll enter a not guilty plea. I'm going to give you a $500 personal bond. You cannot leave the state without the consent of the court. You cannot violate a law. You must appear in court as directed. So you're going to go out and we're going to set you up with the prosecutor. You talk to the prosecutor, see if you can resolve it. If you can, either way, you have to come back in front of me before you leave today. Okay, so you're going to go talk to the prosecutor yourself. I wish you well. Good luck. Thank you. Hi. Out in the hallway, sir. What's that? Yeah. Hang on a second. Sir, come on up here. You. No, the other gentleman. You have the file. You have the file. Give me that file. Come on up here. David Estiller Gonzalez, 25W8366565. I don't know your name again. Tell me your name. I don't know what's going on here. I'm told by everybody here that you can speak fluent English. I'm going to take you at your word. Wait a second. Well, you understood that by your reaction. Listen.
No, that one.
I'm going to get you an interpreter. Okay? But now I'm told you're giving them a hard time down there. You're not doing Zoom. You're coming in here. I've adjourned this about 3 times already. Maybe one was because we lost power. But I'll get you a lawyer when you come back, and I'll get you an interpreter. But don't argue with them down there, please. Okay? All right. Thank you.
I just wanted a Zoom.
No, we're not doing Zoom. You got to come in here.
Can I do a Zoom or?
No, you have to come in. I'm sorry.
Why?
Because I want you to. Okay? Good. Thank you. Morning, Mr. Hyder.
Oh, you're on.
Crystal Marie Holt, 25W838286. Good morning, Mr. Hyder. I'm going to need an appearance. Do you have one filed? Okay. All right. Your appearance?
Good morning, Your Honor. Mark Hyder, P35-143. On behalf of Crystal Holt, she stands to my right.
Ma'am, your name?
Crystal Marie Holt.
Okay, so she's charged with super drunk, pretty high breathalyzer here. What, does she stay in mute wait formal reading?
Correct, Your
I'm
Honor.
gonna enter a not guilty plea. Anything you want to say regarding bond?
Your Honor, I'm going to speak with the prosecutor, so briefly.
Oh, okay. Well, here's what I'll do. I'm gonna give her $1,000 personal bond, okay, ma'am? You cannot leave the state without the consent of the court or violate any law. You must appear in court as directed. Whether this resolves or not today, I would like you to go to AANA twice a week, okay? And you're on the verge of me ordering a sober link, but I won't do that. We'll see how everything else plays out. So no alcohol, no marijuana, no illegal drugs. You cannot leave the state without the consent of the court or violate a law. Again, you must appear in court as directed. We'll give you a court date. I'm going to let you go pre-try this first, Mr. Hyder. I'm sorry.
Sure.
And then you come back, and if you don't resolve it, we'll schedule it again, okay?
Yes, she does have a vacation coming up, Your Honor.
Okay, so just bring that up and I'll let her leave, okay? No problem. Thank you. Angela Lunette Ward, 25W838525 A and B. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
How are you?
All right.
It's nice to see a smiling face like this. All right, so you're going to plead guilty to allowing an unlicensed driver to drive.
Yes.
You're going to plead responsible to impeding traffic, and then you're going to dismiss the drive while unlicensed and the speeding, right? Okay, if you plead guilty here to this charge, allowing an unlicensed driver to drive, I'm just telling you the possible penalties, up to 500 fines, 90 days jail, costs, or all of those. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Did you sign, read, and understand an advice of rights form again this morning? I'm sorry.
Yes.
If you plead guilty at any time, including now, you'll be giving up all those rights, and we are not going to have a trial. Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right. Again, do you still wish to waive your right to a lawyer?
No.
You want a lawyer?
Oh, no, I don't know.
You waive your right to a lawyer? To the charge allowing an unlicensed driver to drive, how do you plead?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
I plead guilty.
Were you in control of a 2019 Ram that was being operated on I-75 near Weston, Woodhaven?
Yes.
Did you allow somebody to drive that was unlicensed, and was that you?
Myself.
And are you on probation or parole?
No.
Has anybody in the world forced you to plead guilty, ma'am?
No.
I'm going to accept your plea.
Thank you.
To the charge of impeding traffic, do you plead responsible or not responsible?
Responsible.
All right, I'll accept that plea. I'm going to dismiss pursuant to stipulation. The drive while license not valid. And,
Valid now.
okay, good. I see that. But I'm still going to dismiss that charge, and then I'm going to dismiss the speeding, okay?
All right.
What would you like to tell me?
Thank you.
For what? How do you know I'm not
For
going
the
to?
rights you gave me.
What's that?
For the rights you gave me.
What would you do if I was too hard? Would you still thank me?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you don't have a bad record here. 150 on the impeding. 50 fines, 60 costs. It actually, your record's good. You don't have 60 fines, 50 fines, 60 costs, 75 victims' rights fee, $50 justice assessment, 235 or 30 days. So you have to pay 235 and 150 for 385. Can you pay all that today?
I can pay some of it.
Tell me how much you can pay.
Oh, you want? I can pay all of
You
it.
said how much?
It's 385, including both tickets. Okay?
I got 300 right now.
All right, why don't you do this? You pay the impeding now, that's 150, okay?
Okay.
You pay $50, $150 rather, on the allowing an unlicensed driver to drive. That will leave you with a balance of $85. You just tell me when you can pay that balance then. 2 weeks, or you need longer?
We get to access pay it all today.
He says he's got 300.
I got the rest.
Okay. Okay, so you're all set. Good luck. Go down the hall and take care of it. Wish you well, man. Thank you.
I'm sorry.
I didn't know what you said.
ATM machine,
Yeah, there's one right there in the courthouse. There is a fee for that, though.
that's all right.
All right, best of luck to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Delana Irene Rose Carr. 25B148365. Your name, young lady? I just didn't, your name? Name?
Sergeant Ma.
I just didn't feel like I could give her impeding traffic. There were minor injuries. I get the fact that they were minor. I'll be glad to take it to 1 point if you want.
Okay, I was gonna ask for repeating. I know he had injuries. He was kind of hemming and hawing on the scene of the crash, and he only went, I think, just for a.
He went to the hospital.
Okay.
Somebody went to the hospital. I just can't do it. I've been doing this the same way for 20 years. I'm sorry, I just can't do it. If you want to plead to a 1 point violation, I'll be happy to. If you want to do that, or else we can go to the hearing.
I'll just take it.
All right, to the charge 1 to 5 miles per hour over, how do you plead responsible or not responsible? I am sorry, you gotta be careful. 195, okay? Can you pay that today, or do you need time? All right, thanks a lot. Good luck. Thank you. Come off the record a second. Some of you guys feel that like it's me or my kid does. You know what I mean? All right, thanks. Kaloyan? Ryan Michael Kaloyan, 25W 838-905, A and B. Good morning again. Your name?
Ryan,
Ryan what?
Kaloy.
All right, Lisa, we need about 4 weeks on this, okay?
Okay, hold on 1 second. July 23rd at 8:30.
July the 23rd at 8:30, okay?
Yep.
And I wish you well. You can go down the hall and they'll give you a written notice and you show up on that day, okay?
Okay,
Thank you. Do we know who this gentleman is on screen, Lisa?
No, he won't answer any of my messages.
Sir, you have to unmute and tell us your name. You have to unmute. Okay, there you go. What is your name, sir?
My name Kushwant Singh.
That was Mr. Robinson's case.
I already handled that and I gave, you got impeding traffic with fines of $130. And I gave him until July 8th to pay, right, Lisa?
Yes.
So you have until July 8th to pay $130. I already handled that with your lawyer.
Okay. Okay, sir.
Okay? Best of
Okay.
luck. Thank you. All right, stay seated, ma'am. I'll be out shortly, okay? As soon as your lawyer's done.
Okay.
Good morning to everybody. Don, it looks like you're the star of the show.
Okay.
All of your people are in custody, right?
None are in custody.
No, these are all,
They're all
really,
blind.
where is everybody?
This is blind people.
They're not.
I saw a couple of them outside.
They're what?
We have a sign that says, please come in the courtroom, but I guess people don't think it means them. They'll
Wait,
vote
wait.
for the group down
Who
there
do you think
today.
if it's not them, who would they think it would be for? Okay,
But it-
yeah,
we made several.
Dennis, if you can ask everybody in Judge Stevens' court, the criminal district court, who's got business, come on in. The water's fine.
And these are additions, so. This is their first appearance, so
For everybody?
even though they're old,
Mhm.
well, the desert, yeah.
Yeah, they're all,
A couple people hired lawyers.
it's all brand new.
Like they were.
Got the worst son that's headache today.
Well, if we're in trial, Don's usually pretty quick. He's a safe bet to do a docket. I thought we were gonna be in trial, so. There was a plan to go.
I mean, we couldn't get any MTRPs?
No, not for this afternoon.
Tomorrow?
We've got this. Is there? Allowed.
No, other than that.
I have to have this myself, so, you know, yeah, anyone else tomorrow, I can. We've got.
Okay, is Donnell Anderson here? Donnell, come on up.
Yeah, in the morning we did.
All right, that's you, sir?
Yes,
In 24 CR 10005. You have been indicted for the second degree felony of fraud using apparently fraudulently using identifying information of an elderly individual, namely credit cards, debit card, social security, driver's license, without the consent of the elderly person. So if convicted, you are looking at no less than 2 nor more than 20 years confinement in prison and a fine up to $10,000. Do you understand what you're charged with and the punishment range applicable if convicted?
Yes, sir.
It doesn't stop there. I'm looking at page 2 of the indictment. People in criminal law are punished based upon the circumstances of the crime and criminal history. You've got a rich criminal history. I'm looking at a burglary of a motor vehicle conviction. You're going to interrupt me? Well, let me speak and then you can talk. This states that on paragraph 2 of the indictment that you were convicted in 1990 in this court, and I was just a youngster, I guess, of burglary of a motor vehicle. Thereafter, that was fine.
Well,
The next paragraph, the next paragraph, paragraph 3 states that you were on January 24th, 1991 in this court, cause number 55194. It says you were convicted of of sexual assault, a second degree felony. After those prior convictions were finalized, paragraph 4 goes on to state that you committed the offense of aggravated robbery, a first degree felony, and you were convicted of that in 2004 in the 252nd Judicial District Court next door. What this means and how this affects you is if all of this was true, you are deemed to be an habitual felony defendant, which means you are looking at the punishment range now for you is not less than 25 years in prison. That's the minimum, up to life in prison. Do you understand what you're facing? Okay. Now, Mr. Dusler here is representing you. Are you employed somewhere?
No, sir. I was at Jack in the Bus, but they never did call
I
me.
can't hear you, sir.
I said I was at Jack in the Bus, but they never did call me.
When was the last time you were employed?
Was it 3?
Why? Why aren't you working somewhere? Is it because of your criminal history?
Yes.
But okay, so how do you exist? I mean, you gotta eat and sleep and things like that. Where do you, how do you pay for?
It's hard out here.
Sir?
It's hard out here, Material. It's hard out here.
Yes, sir. Well, I can imagine it is. But how do you do it if you've got zero income? I don't understand. How can you do that?
It's from Southern No Dash, County Spark.
Where do you live? This says 5695 Sunbird Lane. Is that a home, a house
Yes, with my mom.
with your mother?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have a vehicle? No? How do you get around? Your mom drives you? Okay, food. Who buys that for you? Your mom?
Yeah, and I get a welfare, $291 a month, that's all.
Well,
But these charges I have against me right now in front of you, I took a purse out of radio.
that's, well, hold on.
Okay, but
Yeah, we don't want to.
well,
There's the prosecutor. You start volunteering anything, he can use it to help his case. So talk to him. There's your confidence man right there, your attorney. But a case gets investigated by the police, then it goes to the district attorney's office. They review it. If they accept it and feel like it's worthy of moving forward, if it's a felony, it goes in front of the grand jury. And then the grand jury makes the decision. So don't be blaming him. It's gone through 3 sets of reviews, and here it is. Now it's in my court. So what we do is 2 options. We'll try the case in front of a jury, or it gets disposed of in a way without a jury. Most cases are that way anyway, by agreed dispositions. Here, once again, if the problem you have is any crime that's a felony above a state jail felony that you commit, you're looking at the rest of your life, no less than 25 years up to life in prison. But there's a way to avoid all of that, is don't get in trouble, and make the right choices. Also, when was the last time you said you had an income though? I mean, people are here in front of, I've got thousands of people. I've got 2,500 defendants at any given time here. And some of them are just like you, sir, but they're working. They're working. Very few are. Hold on, you get a chance to speak. When we both speak over each other, the court reporter can't take both people speaking, and the Supreme Court has said if the court reporter is interrupted, somebody gets in trouble. It's not going to be me. Now, so, because I'm not going to speak over you, but those are the rules. And it's a rhetorical question. Just people are here and they're working in spite of the criminal history. They find work. You got to find work to make yourself independent, not live off your mom. I mean, that's brutally honest, but it's the way it is. And people are working who have criminal histories like yours in this court, because they are hiring lawyers too, and they're not dependent upon others. You seem like you're healthy. You ought to be able to find something if you really want to be independent. That's my statement. All right. So Mr. Dusler is a very good lawyer. He's one of the public defenders, and he's going to help you on this case. And you have to know this is a most serious situation when anybody's looking at up to life in prison. And that's what happens when you have a criminal history like this. Any 3rd-degree felony or above puts you in harm's way of life imprisonment from here on. That's why the best thing to do is stay away from trouble. Now, I'm going to let you talk to him, and we're going to, so you can, have you ever talked to him yet? Okay, meet him here in a little bit. He'll discuss some things with you. He's a smart man. It'd be wise to follow his advice, but it's at the end of the day, your choice. This is the kind of thing that may be workable. I'm looking at the facts of this case, and maybe there's something that everybody can agree on. If not, that's what jury trials are for, and we tried 600, so we like trying cases. But talk to him, then he'll get back with me, and we'll decide what the next step is. Okay, thank you. Just stand by, and I'll go to Joey Childress. You can have a seat, sir. Joey Childress, that's you, sir. Come on up. Not yet. Yeah, I'm letting him talk to Don. Talk to him and find out what direction. Okay, you're Joey Childress?
Yes.
Okay, and 25 CR 314, you heard all that. You've got an unlawful possession of a firearm by a felon charge here.
Yes.
That's what you're charged with on or about December 6th of last year. And a third degree felony, if convicted, that's what this is, a third degree felony. You are looking at no less than 2 nor more than 10 years confinement in prison, and a fine up to $10,000 can be assessed. Do you understand?
Yes.
But paragraph 2 states in 2012, in this court, you were convicted of injury to a child. So this third degree felony, if this prior conviction is true, if you're convicted of a third degree felony of this unlawful possession of a firearm by a felon, it becomes a second degree felony punishment. It gets what we call enhanced, because like I told the gentleman before, your criminal law and dispositions, the way people resolve cases in criminal cases, they're based upon 2 factors: the circumstances of the crime and criminal history. So you would be looking at no less than 2 nor more than 20 years confinement in prison if convicted of all of this. Do you understand?
Yes.
So it's serious. Mr. Dusler, have you had a chance to talk to him at all? Yeah.
We spoke this morning.
A little bit. All right. Let me look. And also for Mr. Anderson, as well as Mr. Childress here, if you want a jury trial, which you have a right to, if you're convicted, you are not eligible for probation in front of a jury. That would not be an option. It would be, if you were convicted, it'd be just flat time in prison.
No.
And have you seen this trouble cause?
Yeah.
Okay. You saw the bottom of it, about the synthetic marijuana?
Yes.
In his statement he makes. All right. Have a seat, sir, and Mr. Visler is going to be talking to you. In a little bit. John Laurie has been reset.
Yes.
Okay. Leonardo Mendoza.
That's the one that we discussed earlier, it's been reassigned to David Grove.
Okay,
There's a probation company in David's on that case, so I've got to.
you're representing Leonardo though, right?
It's
Mendoza?
Well, I wasn't until, now he's been reassigned to David because there's no motion.
David.
Probation.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's gonna have, okay, Mr. Groveman needs to be aware so he can help.
I need
Mr.
to answer
Mendoza.
keys and then I'll get.
The, on the
David.
NTOP is on the way. Okay. Clarhaney Milton,
I'll call the name.
Clarhaney Milton. I've never seen a first name like this. That's a new one. Clarrahnie. Clarhaney. And there's no answer here in the courtroom in cause number 23 CR 905. I asked the bailiff to call into the hall for Clarhaney Milton. Here's Mendoza. There's no answer to that name being called into the hall. No answer to the name called here in the courtroom. Defendant has failed to appear. A warrant shall be issued for her arrest. What is her bond?
10,000 on it.
Okay, let's see. We've got actually two cases. 23 CR 905 is a state jail felony of forgery. And 23 CR 907 is a state jail felony of fraud. Each alleging on or about January 31st, 2023. The defendant committed these offenses. And so defendant has failed to appear in each of these cases. It's the bond is 5,000 on each case?
10,000.
10,000 on each case. These bonds are revoked as the defendant has failed to appear. Warrants shall be issued for her arrest. The bonds are now $20,000 on each case, plus the defendant must have a GPS device as a condition of bond. Does everybody see when these cases were indicted? July of 23. This is her initial appearance.
She just heard.
I know. I think a GPS device is very important on this one. Wow, that's going on 2 years. And this is her first appearance. Interesting. Okay, well. She's purportedly living in Port Arthur, but we'll see. Justin Moore, 3 cases.
Called his name, no answer.
3 cases are called 23 CR 1784, 23 CR 2027, and 23 CR 2028, the state of Texas versus Justin Moore. In each case, Justin Moore, no answer in the courtroom. I ask the bailiff to call into the hall for Justin Moore, please. The defendant is accused of the state jail felony of theft of metals in 1784, the state jail felony of burglary of a building in 2027, and the 3rd degree felony of illegal possession of a controlled substance in 2028. But 2028 also alleges a prior conviction in 1997 of aggravated assault out of this force. What are his bonds? The defendant has failed to appear because there is no answer here in the courtroom and no answer into the hall by the bailiff call.
The 23-1784 is 5,000.
Okay, hold on. That
So that
bond is revoked. Warrant shall be issued for his arrest. His bond is now doubled to $10,000, plus he must have a GPS device as to, not three devices, but that will be ordered in each of these three cases he has failed to appear in. In 23 CR 2027,
7,000.
state jail felony of burglary of a building, $7,000 is his bond. It is revoked. It is now $14,000 plus, again, a GPS device must be acquired, and he must wear that as a condition of bond. And 23 CR 2028, the third degree felony of illegal possession of methamphetamine, which is enhanced to second degree felony punishment by the aggravated assault conviction alleged in paragraph 2 of the indictment.
15,000.
That's 15,000. It is doubled to $30,000. And he also must have a drug patch as a condition of bond as well. Drug patch, GPS device, and his bond is doubled on that case. Warrants are issued for his arrest on each case. It looks like John Overly, that was reset.
Yes, sir. He's in Galveston County Jail.
Galveston County, John Overly, that's three cases. And we go to Sean Wallace. It's on Sean Ray Wallace. And what? Sean Wallace, Sydney Walker, okay. Sean Wallace is called in 2157190. You are Mr. Wallace?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes, sir.
The defendant is present, and Ms. Holmes is present. His attorney, the state's attorney and probation office official is present. The defendant has been on probation since 2022. I believe we placed you on deferred or unadjudicated probation January 27th. So that's about 3.5 years.
Yes, sir.
And you were placed on probation for 5 years for the third degree felony of assault, family violence. The court has received a report and also has received a motion for early release from probation filed on behalf of the defendant by his attorney. And the court has also received a report from Mr. Hill from probation on this case. Have you seen this?
No, sir.
Yeah. Here is what I highlighted in yellow, which I think is the bullet point on all of that, where the position is going to be that the probation office is taking on. You have earned reward, but the probation office, from his standpoint, feels like termination at this point ought to be kind of put on hold, but you would be placed on inactive probation, weaning you off for a year, seeing how you do. And if all is well there, we would reconsider this, and it would be obviously likely that you would be then terminated from probation, and this case would be then dismissed. The inactive probation consists of just a couple of things you have to do, and he'll go over that with you, but you're not going to have to do all that. You're facing, what is it, 30 some odd
He's completed everything.
Yeah, it's 30 some odd. I think we're just, you have, 34 conditions. And really, at the end of the day, what would he have to do in inactive? What would be his requirement? Just stay out of trouble, which is what we all have to do. And that goes without saying. But what are his affirmative obligations in an inactive probation?
Yes, sir. He's to commit no offense against this state, any other state.
I bet you he's going to follow that one.
Avoid injurious or vicious habits.
Okay, yeah, there you, I mean, these are all things all of us have to really follow.
Avoid persons or places of disreputable or harmful character.
Run with a good crowd.
Work faithful at suitable employment.
Are you working somewhere?
No.
Okay.
Well, the
You're trying to find something?
I had a job. I was working with Shell One on the third party company.
Yes, sir.
They changed some things within their ruling or whatever. And this came up, this case, by me being referred to the case, I guess the severity of the case. They had let me go because of this. And this is why I'm here today to try to see if I can get off and complete so I can get back to what I do for a living.
Okay. We'll take it up. What else?
Support all his dependents, abstain from use or possession of any drugs, and never become intoxicated or under the influence of any intoxicating substance.
Okay. See, all of those are the conditions I have to follow too.
Yes, sir.
So there's no difference there. Now, on this job deal, and did you have a good relationship with the boss?
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, here's maybe the boss doesn't understand what inactive probation means and how that is different from active probation. That would seem to me to be a problem with a job.
It's the ISTC in the fleet. Okay.
So you can't have a pending charge. It's got to be, it's pending.
Yes, sir. And makes it be a level 5, which in the state of Texas has to be a level 2 to migrate to different plants in Texas.
Yeah. Okay. What we're going to do is, look, go ahead. Did you want to say anything?
Yeah.
I have a plan.
Okay.
But I want you to be heard in the state.
Well, we are asking obviously that we believe he's completed everything. He's been on for over 3 years at this point, on a 5-year deferred adjudicated probation, Your Honor. It is affected obviously with work. And so we are asking that if the court doesn't grant it today, that we not have to wait a whole year. For this, since he's obviously completed everything at this point.
Stay.
Your Honor, I spoke with Mr. Hill. I think he's also okay if he was terminated today. That was just a recommendation. I'd let him, speak to that. I think hearing this about the job issue, obviously would want defendant here to be working Mr. Wallace. And I think he has, according to Mr. Hill, he's done well on his probation. I don't think we'd be opposed to termination, but obviously I think Mr. Hill also said whatever the court.
I always buy into that, the weaning part of it.
Yes, sir.
I like that, the transition, but then again, it's specific to the individual and how they're doing. I mean, if they're doing well, reward the people. Would there be any objection if I followed the request of the defense and terminated the probation today and dismissed the case?
The only reason for my recommendation, Your Honor, is the assaulting nature of the offense.
Let me ask you about that. That's a good point here. What's the is this person's, the complainant here still related to you?
Well, she's my ex-wife.
ex-wife.
Yes, sir.
Y'all have gotten a divorce?
Yes, sir. But then we
Do
still,
you see her?
yeah, I have. We still co-parent.
You have a child
We
or
have 2
two?
kids too.
You got 6 years.
We still co-parent.
How does that work?
Oh, it's better than ever. I mean, I had to do what I had to do, own up to what I did, and it's been great. I had to learn a lot of learning to do, a lot of growing to do, but
What did you learn? Because this is, I've never choked anybody in my life. I can't even imagine because, you know, it's brutal. Sometimes people lose their composure and lose their temper. But if you put your hands around somebody's neck and squeeze, there's only one intent there. I mean, that's to seriously injure or kill. And you don't do that to anyone unless you're defending yourself. Certainly someone you pledged love to. That doesn't make any sense at all. Because everybody's got good times and bad times in a relationship. We work through it without assault. Would you been on this for longer than normal would be, but the criminal history kind of always finds people and that files you. That's why you want to avoid that. Criminal history, you got to carry that around over your whole life. It wears you down. But it's a disturbing set of facts. But the probation office feels as though you're worthy. Everybody else does, so the court will grant the motion for early release. I don't want to see you back in here.
I
know, everybody says that, but really own up to the promise. Because I see people back here in spite of what they say. You gotta walk the walk, not just talk the talk, right?
Yes, sir.
Put this into action. Be the best person you can be. Follow the rules. And remember, when you assault like your spouse or ex-spouse, your children, what are they gonna do? You're role modeling all the time for your children, all the time. That's what a parent is. The example, the role model. What would you expect them to do when they lose their composure with someone, especially someone they pledge love to? You can't blame them if they start choking somebody. That you set the example. Fix that. Gotta always remember, it's not just your life on this planet. You brought people and children into this world, and you're responsible for the way they have become to a great degree. A parent is the most impressionable factor in a child's life. But you gotta act as though, I know you're nodding and you're saying it like this, but you gotta practice it every day. Okay. Anything else?
No, sir.
That is all. We'll,
The probation office will send it, email it to me and I'll get.
thank you, Mr. Gill. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's see, Scott was reset. What, I have Sydney Walker. Sydney Walker. That's you? Okay. You are charged, ma'am, in 2 cases, 19-32373 and 32374. These 2 indictments. Good Lord, were handed up in 2019?
Yes, sir.
Wow. That's 6 years ago. Have you been living in the same place for the last 6 years?
Stayed in Houston.
Yeah. Okay, well, 2 million people. It's hard to find somebody if we don't know where you are. It's when you're in with 2 million people.
I was arrested for this in 2016, so I didn't actually know about the indictment.
No. You were arrested for this when?
In 2016.
No, you weren't. This says you committed this offense on May 25th, 2019.
No, sir, I was indicted.
This, ma'am, the indictment from the grand jury states this happened on or about May 25th, 2019. You can shake your head all day long, but it's not a debate. That's what the grand jury. I'm looking at the probable cause affidavit as well. This states on 5/25/2019. This is signed by the police officer who did this and sworn to on May 29th, 2019. There's nothing, you're wrong.
She was arrested for this type of offense in September 2016 for a separate charge at Harris County, Judge.
Okay. Well, this has nothing to do with Harris County. This has everything to do with Houston Avenue in Port Arthur on 2019. Now, this is 2 cases here charging you with the 2nd-degree felonies of assault on a peace officer. In each of these cases, alleged to have occurred on or about May 25th, 2019 in Jefferson County, Texas. It is alleged you bit the officers in each case, which wasn't a wise thing, if that was true. So in each of these cases, if convicted, you are looking at no less than 2 nor more than 20 years confinement in prison, and a fine up to $10,000 can be assessed. So your punishment range is up to 40 years confinement in prison on each of these 2 cases. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
All right. Are you employed somewhere?
Yes, sir.
All right. Are you getting a lawyer?
I'm gonna.
You gotta have a lawyer. If you're working, I expect you to hire your own lawyer, and that's what people have to do. If they're in a mess, you have to fix it. You're responsible to helping yourself. Where are you working?
I work at Luby's in Houston, Texas.
They know this one. At Luby's?
Yes, sir.
Oh. Let me just ask one question. Those chicken fried steaks and those fish, what's in that batter that makes it so good? No, I don't want you to, that's a secret. But I love that food. So how much, what do you get paid?
$12 an hour.
Ma'am?
$12 an hour.
That ends up being about 25,000 a year. It's going to cost you more than this for a lawyer. I want you to fill out, you're going to sit over there and fill out one of those indigent forms, and we might be able to get somebody. Mr. Dusler is here. He's one of our public defenders. We might be able to get him to talk to you about this. First of all, this is this is very unusual. You never have cases that come in here 6 years old. When the rare event that we do, we have to move them along because they're too old right now. But that's what happens when you're in another city and you must have moved around. I've got 1755 Crescent Plaza as your address. See, I need to know. Stand by. I'm going to mute this for a second. Okay. Now you got your correct address. Huh? Now, I can figure this out here. I can find this out, but I'm going to ask you to help me right now. What is your criminal history?
I have a previous assault that was reduced to misdemeanor. I did 30
Where?
days, Harris County.
That one she was mentioning from 2016.
Is that it?
Yeah.
That's all?
And then I have something from when I was 17, in Mecklenburg County in North Carolina. I was, in, like juvenile jail in North Carolina.
They treated you as a juvenile, not as an adult?
Yeah, as a juvenile.
You sure?
Yes.
Because it will be found that we can do the criminal history. I just
They did.
trying to think of, so you don't have a felony conviction?
No, sir.
Fill out, a indigent form. We're gonna get that for you. And fill that out and we'll review it. You swear to it. And then if I find it worthy, then we're gonna appoint you a lawyer to talk to you immediately, okay? Oh, and, Mr. Childress, come on up. You're, clear. Did you get a resetting?
Not yet.
You need to get a resetting.
And Judge, that's gonna go on trial docket and he's asking I'll be relieved.
Well, give, all right, he's not eligible for probation.
No, sir.
Sorry. What was the offer on it?
12 years.
All right. You understand, sir, you're looking at up to 20 years in prison on this. You understand? Okay, all right. And we're gonna set it for a trial. That's what you want. There are no deals. Today's the day. That's it. We're gonna move forward. We're gonna move forward and, we're gonna set it for trial and I'm not accepting that this is the time to negotiate the deal. So you passed that one. So, Mr. Deucer, he's a fine lawyer. He can, try it. It'd probably get to trial quicker if you agree to release him. The next person on the trial docket wheel would be, representing you. Is that what you want? That's the way it would go faster if you wanted to get to trial quicker. Then I find good cause to relieve Mr. Dusler and the next person on the trial docket wheel, who are all qualified lawyers, will handle the case. And we're going to note this. This was the time to hold on for just a second.
What case?
We've been in custody in Brownsville.
Where's Mr. Carmen? Is Mr.
He's not
Carmen?
Zoom, he's coming.
I'll take that one. I got it. People against, I need the other one. All right, people against Thomas, James Joseph Thomas, 22B141019, 24W726283. All right, your name, sir?
James Joseph Thomas.
Detective?
Morning, Your Honor. Detective Crystal Tulas, Brownstown Police Department.
Michael A. Carmen, P73824 on behalf of the defendant, Your Honor.
All right. I think the first thing I'd like to do is look at take this UDAA case. So, and then I'll come back to the misdemeanor that he absconded on. So for purposes of arraignment on the UDAA, how does he wish to proceed?
Your Honor, he'll stand mute, waive the formal reading.
Okay, Mr. Thomas, I'm going to advise you of your rights, sir. You have the right to remain silent. You do not have to say anything. If you say something in or out of court, whether orally or in writing, it can be used against you. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
You have the right to be represented by a lawyer not only today, but at all subsequent court proceedings. If you cannot afford one, you can apply for one at public expense. Also, if you choose to submit the questioning with law enforcement, you do have the right to be represented by a lawyer at that questioning. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
You have the right to a probable cause conference within 14 days. You have the right to a preliminary examination within 7 days thereafter. At the probable cause conference, your lawyer will discuss the case with the prosecutor, see if they can reach a resolution. If it does not resolve at that stage, you have the right to a preliminary exam, at which time the people have to show that the crime was committed of UDAA and that you were the one who probably committed the crime. If they prove that, you'll be bound over for further proceedings to the Wayne County Circuit Court. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
All right, so probable cause conference will be July 8 at 9:15. That's in front of Judge Hessen. Preliminary exam will be July 15 at 11 a.m. That is in front of Judge Hessen. So we can address bond on that. But let me, before I do that, I'm going to go on to this other file, 22B141019. Mr. Carmen, your appearance.
Michael A. Carmen, P73824 on behalf of the defendant, Your Honor.
Sir, your name?
James Joseph Thomas.
I placed you on probation in June of 22, June 22nd. I think, let's see. And then you just didn't show up anymore. I told you to acquire test results from a doctor on March 13 of 23. And then I said I wanted your mental health records and I wanted to review April 11 of 2023. You were to get both of those things. And you didn't show up. Why didn't he show up? That was April 11 of 23. I issued a warrant.
Back then, I had a problem with substance abuse. I was going back and forth to the addiction, fighting it, trying to get better or whatever. And I had the wrong mental health, and I had different things playing against me or whatever. But I've been clean since October 3rd. I've been to the doctor once a week, taking a drug test in Wayne. I live in Wayne in an apartment. I got a job. I've had a job since around the same time, since around December. So right after I got clean, I went to treatment at Sobriety House and Salvation Army. My peer recovery coach is in the courtroom. I just seen her walk in. I got clean time now. I go to NA program. I'm in the NA program. I just went to the camp out. I go to meetings every day. I got a coffee position. I'm a hugger and breeder chair from a Dirkman. Like I'm getting involved.
Slow down. So just slow down. Is he employed, Mr. Carmen?
Your Honor, he is.
Yeah.
He works full-time at, I believe it's Simply Break Construction, full-time, earns about $500 a week.
Do you work 40 hours, sir?
Yes, I do now.
All right. And what exact date did you get clean?
October 3rd
of 24?
of 24, yes.
Why didn't you show up since then?
I just haven't, I haven't dealt with it. I know I needed to deal with it. You try to get my probation reinstated and fix the legal problems, but I just started with the program and I just been working to stay clean. It's been really hard to stay clean, but I'm there. I mean, I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. And I'm with Pure Psychology, get mental health, and I'm with a doctor, addictionologist in Wayne, getting help, and I also reside in Wayne. And then I have a peer recovery coach.
Slow down. What is your new address?
32652 Bluebird Lane, Wayne, Michigan, 48184. I've been there a year.
Detective, was he notified on this other case to show up? The warrant was issued in 24 as well. The UDA, slow down. I'm talking to the detective, okay? Just let me, do you know if anybody, go ahead.
I don't, Your Honor. I believe it's a Woodhaven case, it's not ours.
Oh, that's
I don't
right.
know if or not, but I would say that his address as Secretary of State hasn't been updated in a few years, so that could be why they might have sent notification to the wrong address.
Yeah, I was never notified.
All right.
Yeah, I will come.
Sure.
Probation.
Honestly, you've really gone out of your way to not cooperate here, okay? So you're not gonna get a person. Listen, I'm gonna get you an early date. I'll be fair with you, but you've proven to me you don't like to show up.
Can I do it?
Sir, I heard everything I need to hear here, please. 6,010% on 22B 141019. Lisa, I'd like to, is this going to be, can we do this tomorrow? Do you think? Let me just check something.
Do it tomorrow or July 8th.
I don't want to keep him in that long. Even I want to be a lot more fair with him than he's been with us. But I do want to, I almost need an updated screening. This is so old. Sir, you keep interrupting me. I'm trying to be patient with you. I really was asking your lawyer to talk, not you, and you're going on. I'm just going to ask you to refrain. Will you do that for me, please?
Yes, sir.
So I'm going to keep him, I'm not going to keep him in that long. We'll do tomorrow, and we'll do that at 8:30. Can I do it at 8:30? No, I don't need to do it at 8:30. That's fine. We'll make it at 11. And then they can do an updated screening today, okay? Updated screening and assessment today, probation can. So if you do post this money, you're going to have to come in here and be screened and assessed today. If you don't post it, today, then you're going to be in custody until then. And let me just check one other thing here. You also have other warrants. You're aware of that, right? So
Yes,
I'm not the only one you don't show up in front of. You've got a habit of doing this. 10,010% on this, on the felony. You cannot leave the state without the consent of the court or violate any law. You must appear in court as directed. No contact with the victim or with prosecution witnesses except through your lawyer. Again, you cannot violate a law. You must appear in court as directed on that one, starting on July the 8th at 9:15. You're making matters worse by not showing up. Do you understand that?
Yes.
So if you post the 600, nobody here is going to be unfair with you, but you need to show up in court and stop acting like a fugitive. June 26th at 11 is the sentence, updated PSI screening. So we're going to have probation get a hold of him over there. There's no reason for you guys to come over here with him And then July 8th at 9:15, you'll be in front of Judge Simpson. Any questions, sir?
No, sir, is the bond only 600 to bond out, is what you're saying?
600 on one case, 1,000 on the other.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Crystal Holt, Crystal Marie Holt, 25W838286.
Good morning, Your Honor. Josh West, on behalf of the people.
Good morning.
Mark Hyder on behalf.
Nice suit, Mr. Hyder.
Your Honor, thank you.
You look awful sharp there. Ms. Holt, your name?
Crystal Marie Holt.
All right, so I capped the cost of recovery. I see that they've got 375, but on a blood draw, just so, this is newer to Woodhaven, right?
Yes.
I cap it at 220 on a blood draw and 225 on a blood draw, 150 on a breath test. So this is going to be a plea to impaired with the super drunk to be dismissed, right?
Yes, Your Honor. I just want to put on the record, I did contact both victims of this matter. One called me back and there is no restitution for him. He was the driver of the Ford Escape that she hit. Her insurance covered his damages. So the only restitution will be the $100 to the car wash for the surveillance camera.
Oh, okay. All right. I want to make sure we get that on here. So $100 to car wash for restitution?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I still am going to notify them, I have to, right, of their right to appear. Ma'am, do you understand what your lawyer has worked out? This is what it is, right, Mr. Hyder? Impaired driving, super drunk to be dismissed. You did a great job. So we got a 6-month reduced to a 93-day. You would have had to lose your license. If that was super drunk, here you're going to have it restricted from day one and it'll be a 90-day suspension. Do you understand that?
Yes.
It is punishable. These are just the maximums, up to 300 fines, 93 days jail, 360 hours community service. Court costs are all those 4 points. License suspension or revocation in accordance with your record and your vehicle could be, or might have to be immobilized depending upon your record. Do you understand that?
Yes.
And again, you did sign and read and understand an advice of rights form here today, correct?
Yes.
If you plead guilty, you'll be giving up all those rights and there will not be a hearing or a trial. Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right, to the charge operating while visibly impaired, how do you plead?
Guilty.
On April 17 at 25 at 4:25 PM, were you operating a motor vehicle at the Whitewater Car Wash in Woodhaven at or near 20981 West Road?
Yes, sir.
What happened?
I backed up into someone.
Okay, so you were going through the car wash?
Yes, and I didn't drive onto the conveyor belt correctly, so he told me I had to back up and there was someone behind.
I see. Had you consumed alcohol prior to that? And if so, what and how much?
It was tequila, about 4 or 5 shots.
And what else?
That's it.
How big were the shots?
750, I think there.
Well, I didn't ask you how much you paid for them. I just want to know how, they were not regular shots, right?
They're the ones
You got your fingers about 2.5 inches apart, so it wasn't just a normal, really small shot, right?
No, the ones you buy at the liquor store.
Okay. And so do you think you backed up into this vehicle, at least in part because of your alcohol consumption?
Yes, sir.
And also, Mr. Hyder, they took a blood draw and the blood draw results indicated she had a .244, correct?
Correct.
Are you on probation or parole, ma'am?
No, sir.
Anybody forced you to plead guilty?
No, sir.
She ever been in trouble before?
Never.
I'll accept your plea. I am concerned about the the blood draw though, ma'am. I want you actually, look, I'm not
There's
gonna.
an explanation. It's kind of a one-off. She was at the casino. She works in Toledo. She works for Jeep. She's got a good job. She got lucky at the casino and
Had a little too much.
had a little too much. It's
A lot of
very
too much.
much.
Where were you drinking at?
The casino and on the way back.
All right. Look.
She showed me the jackpot.
Nice. Nice. All right, ma'am, I have to have you still go AA 3 times a week. I'll reconsider its sentence. AA, NA 3 times a week, no alcohol, no marijuana, no illegal drugs, no contact with the victims or prosecution witnesses. You cannot, do you always, you work in Ohio, right? You live in Woodhaven?
Yes, sir.
Can leave state for employment purposes without consent, okay?
You know, she also has a vacation coming up July 15th to 20th.
And where's she going? Florida?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I missed the last part. Can leave to go to Florida July 15th to
20th.
to 20th. Where are you going in Florida?
all of them, Myrtle Beach, South Beach, Miami.
Myrtle Beach is South
Or,
Carolina.
I'm nervous.
Well, you going to South Carolina too? If you are, it's not a problem.
No, just Florida,
That's gonna be
Fort
hot.
Lauderdale
Fort Lauderdale.
and Miami,
It's gonna be hot.
hopefully.
Is all right, that's what I'll do. We'll give you a date. Lisa, give me a date for her.
July 23rd at 8:30.
I'm sorry.
July 23rd at 8:30.
That good with you, Mr. Hyder?
Yes, you need.
Yeah, that's a good day, Judge. Thank you.
July 23rd at 8:30 will be the sentence date, and give her an AA form, John, if you didn't. And that has to be, you have to go in person for that. I am concerned about this, all kidding aside. You're over three times the legal limit here.
Yes, sir.
Okay?
Yes, sir.
I mean, seriously, there's Ubers, there's cabs. Maybe you should have just spent the night there, you know what I mean?
Yes.
Good luck to you. We'll see you July 23rd. Mr. Hyder, nice to see you.
Nice to see you, Judge.
Thank
Good
you.
luck, ma'am.
Thank you.
Where do you want her to go right now?
She's gonna go down the hall, get her notice,
Okay.
and then you're gonna go over to probation where you'll fill out a questionnaire and be interviewed.
Okay.
Okay? Good luck. Do you have 1 second off, and nothing to do with this?
Yeah.
Come on in. Yeah.
Yeah. It's only 2 weeks. Yeah. 5 years. That fun's fine. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, find the defendant,
Yes.
indigent and under, the examination here, the documents, and an attorney will be appointed to represent you, Mr. Producer. I think he's working on the case right now. He's gonna talk to you here in a little bit. Okay, just stand by. Thank you.
I can sit down.
Yes, ma'am.
I ever signed those?
Okay. It's this. Thank you.
Sure. I'm close. I'm almost there. And I think that's go ahead up on the thing. Back on the spot. Hold on a second.
Well, actually, no, we're leaving Don. We leaving Don? I'm here, Judge.
I think that's what I did.
Oh, okay. No problem. Go ahead.
Mr. Bailey, you're charged with driving on a suspended and no CDL and improper lane usage. Excuse me. It looks like you met with the prosecutor and you are going to plead guilty to driving on a suspended with the other two cases to be dismissed. Is that right? I can't hear you.
Yes, sir.
That is a misdemeanor punishable by up to $500 in fines, 93 days jail costs, or all those. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
You're presumed innocent. They have to prove you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You have the right to remain silent. You have the right to a jury trial. You have the right to question their witnesses at a jury trial, to bring in your own, to use the subpoena powers of the court to bring in your own witnesses, to testify or remain silent. If you choose to remain silent, the jury would be instructed that that silence would not be held against you. If you plead guilty, you're giving up each and every one of those rights, and we're not going to have a trial. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
You still wish to waive your right to a lawyer?
Yes, sir.
To the charge, driving on a suspended, how do you plead?
Guilty.
Were you operating a motor vehicle on the 14th of April of 2025 on I-75 near Van Horn and Woodhaven?
Yes, sir, I was.
Was your license suspended?
Yes, sir.
Are you on probation or parole?
No, sir.
Anybody in the world force you to plead guilty?
No, sir.
That plea is accepted. I'm dismissing the no CDL charge and the improper lane use. Why are you driving a CDL if you don't have a commercial vehicle if you don't have a CDL?
I'm just trying to help my boss out. I know I should have done it, but I went ahead and did it anyway.
You can't do that. You know that. Anything else you want to tell me? 100 fines, 300 costs, 75 victims' rights fee, $50 justice assessment, 5 1/4 of 93 days. Can you pay that today?
I can pay it today, it'll be later on.
I'm sorry?
I said I can pay it today, it'll be later on. I gotta go put money on my credit card.
You're saying you can pay it today, right?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I can pay it today.
All right, you go on 33court.com with your case number, 33court.com with your case number in the A file, and you can make that payment. Good luck.
All right, thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Have you seen that sentencing? She just checked in on it.
It's not a sentencing. It's a pre-
Oh, I'm sorry. I read it wrong. My bad.
Yeah.
My bad. My bad.
Morning, Mr. Crawford.
Good morning, how are you?
Good, thanks. You have that sentencing. People against Bradley Jacob Malott, 25W838481.
Good morning, Your Honor, Michael Crawford, representing Mr. Malott, is approaching.
Your name, sir?
Bradley Mylott.
Counsel, your client pled guilty under section 771 to this 90-day misdemeanor under local ordinance of retail fraud. Have you had the opportunity to review the report? What I did not order a report. Did you read the police report, go over it and talk to him?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any material, I'm sorry. Anything you'd like to say on his behalf? And again, this was under 771.1.
Nothing other than my client's learned his lesson, nothing like this to happen again, Your Honor. Just anxious to get this put behind me.
Leonard, anything you'd like to say?
I just hope this doesn't reflect who I am as a person. That's never happened again.
You realize you committed a 5-year felony that day? Did I tell you that?
Yes, sir.
I mean, this was a shopping spree. You went in there with intent to take everything you could take.
Wish I had a better explanation, sir.
So do I. I mean, they've got a laundry list here. They have an absolute laundry list. I want to just check something out before I sentence you here. I've been seeing you guys recommend, but I don't order a lot on retail strategies program. How long is that? Excellent. You work?
Yes, sir.
Where?
I currently work for Medline.
I'm sorry?
Medline. It's a medical supply warehouse.
You're 33, right?
Yes, sir.
This does not excite me, just so you know. How much do you make?
Currently roughly about $20.
You're a pro. You're a pro. You didn't suddenly decide to go in there and steal a pack of gum because you weren't thinking momentarily. This was a planned out thing. I don't know how your lawyer got this reduced. He did a great job for you, but I'm not impressed. 12 months probation. You cannot leave the state without the consent of the court or violate any law or ordinance. If you change your address, your place of employment, or home telephone number, you must notify probation. You have to report as directed. You're not to go near 23800 Allen Road in Woodhaven or any other Walmart store. You're to attend the Positive Strategies program with 4-week follow-up, no contact with employees of Woodhaven Walmart store. So again, you're not going in there and you are not going to have any contact with them. You cannot leave the state without consent. You cannot violate any law. You must appear in court as directed. You're to serve 3 days on the court work program. It's rare when I order that on a first offense, but this one just strikes me at the core here because this was abundantly clear. This wasn't just some irrational moment in time. You plan this out. You're going to serve 3 days court work. There's $105 in court work program fees, 200 fines, 75 costs, 75 victims' right fee, $50 justice assessment, $400 plus your probation fees of $240 plus $40 in attorney fees, $785. This is about as bad as I'm going to get with something. But honestly, You know why I'm doing this. Because you, sir, this was not your first rodeo. I'm not gonna sentence you like that. If I thought you pulled this nonsense again, this would have been much worse, and I'm not gonna make assumptions that the law doesn't entitle me to make. It's not a single mother stealing milk for her children. Now, that's what it is. I'm gonna give you a review hearing date. You have 21 days to appeal, 14 days to apply for a court-appointed lawyer leave. So give me a review hearing date.
June 10th of 2026 at 9 o'clock.
Does he have all this to pay?
No, Your Honor.
How much does he have today?
He's got nothing to pay today. He's paying on Friday. He's proposing to pay $50 a week. The court should know he's taking care of his 2 elderly parents. His money goes there. It's not just himself.
$50 weekly. I'll let you do that. We'll start this beginning on June the 30th. That's Monday. If you don't have the money on any Monday, you call the court, we'll go on Zoom, or you come in here and talk to me on or before the due date, 8:30, and I'll be more than happy to give you an extension. You'll meet with probation. You're gonna first go down and get your review hearing date, and then we'll go from there. Wish you well. Thank you. Tangeray Danielle Allen, 22W831729. Where's she at?
The one, Your Honor, Michael Crawford representing Ms. Angela. She's
Still in the breakout room. I'm trying to move her.
Is she with the OC?
yes.
I had to close the breakout rooms because she got stuck. Just give me
No problem. Wayne Michael Rogers, 25W838865 A and B. Come on up here, Mr. Rogers. Your name?
Wayne Michael Rogers.
Michael Crawford representing Mr. Rogers.
You're gonna have to fill out a petition going forward if you want a court-appointed lawyer still, okay? You're entitled to a lawyer at the initial court appearance, but then I have to be convinced you're indigent to appoint you somebody. We're gonna give you July what? He wants an adjournment here.
July 23rd at 9 o'clock.
At 9 o'clock. So you gotta go back and clear all those things up by then, and then you can fill out a petition right now, okay? If you want a lawyer going forward. Any questions?
No.
And then you'll go down the hall and get your notice. Good luck.
Sure.
People against Tangeray Danielle Allen, 22W831729. Your name, ma'am? Your name, ma'am? I can't hear you. It must be muted, but I don't see that it's muted. Mr. Crawford, your appearance?
Michael Crawford representing Ms. Allen.
Can you try again? Tell me your name, or did you knock on the window or something?
Tangeray Allen.
All right, just keep your voice up. She doesn't remember what happened?
No, Your Honor.
This is from 2022, so it's a lack of recollection. You're asking for a no contest.
Correct, Your Honor.
If you plead no contest, ma'am, that has the same effect as a guilty plea. The possible penalties are up to 500 fines, 90 days jail, costs, or all of those. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You're presumed innocent. They have to prove you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. If you plead no contest, you're giving up your right to a trial by court or jury. You're giving up the presumption of innocence. You're waiving the requirement that they prove you guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You're waiving your right to remain silent. You're waiving your right to bring in your own witnesses, to use the subpoena powers of the court to bring in those witnesses and to testify or remain silent. If you plead no contest, it has the same effect as a guilty plea, and I will then accordingly sentence you. Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right. And again, it's lack of memory. Any objection my using the police report to establish a factual basis?
No objection.
To the charge of retail fraud, ma'am, how do you plead?
Guilty. No contest.
I'll ask you again. To the charge of retail fraud, how do you plead?
No contest.
I'm going to review the report. Based on my review of the report, I find there's a factual basis for the plea. Are you on probation or parole? Right now, you are in custody for how long?
Until December 5th, 2025?
Anybody force you to plead no contest?
No.
Lisa, can you try to verify that? I think she's in. Where are you at?
Judge, I put a printout in there of the NDOC sheet. I believe it was December of 25 was her earliest release date.
Your Honor, we're asking for time, sir. She's been in there since April 26th of 2023.
Anything you want to say, ma'am?
I just want to apologize for my actions. I understand what I did was wrong.
You guys were going at it too. You had over $1,100 worth of things. I gotta tell you, I don't want to be a doubting Thomas here. But your record is somewhere between abysmal and reprehensible. I don't know which it is. I do know that you need to stop doing this.
I understand. I know.
I hope you do. Otherwise, welcome to the world that you're going to live in, because you're going to be with the Department of Corrections for the majority of your life. I mean, you are how old? 22, is it?
I'm 28.
28. Well, you got a criminal history that would be embarrassing if you were 108. 90 days jail, credit 90. When did you first go in there again?
April 26, 2023.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised. 90 days jail, credit 90, credit for time served. I'm not charging the 75 and 50, Lisa. That's silly. Case closed.
Thank you, Ron.
Thank you very much. People against Diaz, Sarah Renee Diaz. 25W8371198.
Morning, I'm Michael Clark, resident of Diaz, Massachusetts.
Sarah Renee Diaz.
How's the child doing with school?
Well, you know, the child has been attending school consistently ever since this matter came up. She had to change her work schedule. She realized that the father wasn't reliable. She's made the changes.
Ma'am, you're going to plead to a civil infraction under section 96-50, which is just a catch-all, and they're going to dismiss the parental responsibility, right?
Yes.
To that charge, civil infraction under section 96-50, responsible or not responsible?
Responsible.
You're going to make sure the child gets to school to the very best of your ability, right?
Yes.
How old's the child?
13. And he's also on first step.
Okay. All right, I wish you well. They recommend $100 fine, I will do that. Can you pay that today?
Your Honor, my client can't pay it today.
When could she pay it?
She can pay $50 every 2 weeks, starting July the 7th. That's when she gets paid. She's paid every 2 weeks.
Where do you work, ma'am?
Procure Unlimited.
$50 bi-weekly, I'll make it the 8th, okay? Beginning July the 8th. Bi-weekly, rather, bi-weekly. If you need more time, call the court, we'll go on Zoom, I'll be glad to give you an extension, okay? Good luck, or come in here, either one. Thomas Allen Paris, thank you. Good luck. Thomas Allen Paris. 25W836-229. Good morning, Mr. Haas.
Good morning, Your Honor.
So you did a good job here too.
Well, Your Honor, I'm very fortunate. I advised Mr. Paris, we got a couple breaks here that normally you wouldn't do this well, but he got lucky.
Your name?
Thompson.
And Mr. Haas, your appearance?
Charles A. Haas, P144860.
So there's another plea in front of Judge Hessen on 25W8374028, and I'm just taking a civil infraction of this with agreed upon fines and costs of $500, right?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Paris,
Yes, sir.
holy, you get your life in order. I'm just saying.
Your Honor, just put my 2 cents in. We've had a long discussion. I understand what he's going through. I've been sober for 25 years. Didn't we have a discussion, and didn't you tell me genuinely and sincerely that you're gonna adopt a sober life? Did you say that to me?
Yes, I did. I've been attending AA as well, especially ordered by you.
Well, you're gonna have to take the bond conditions out, Lisa, but did you have something you wanted to say?
Your Honor, Josh West on behalf of people, I just wanted to comment that he is going to be pleading guilty. There's another case with Judge Hessen.
Right.
He's been pleading guilty as charged to count 1 in that case, possession of LSD. I'm dismissing count 2, possession of narcotic paraphernalia. There was a miscellaneous civil infraction. He's going to be pleading responsible for impeding traffic.
Maybe you need to talk about sobriety court, but I'm not handling that file, but maybe that's what you need to do. Right? I mean, if you're gonna sit around and drug all day, where do you work at?
I'm a master electrician for a local.
You got a good job.
Yes, sir. I'm back to work too. I'm at Flat High School.
All right, good. So under section, municipal code section 96-50, you plead responsible or not responsible?
Responsible.
Plea is accepted. The original charge, the controlled substance violation is dismissed. $500, you can go down the hall and pay that and you're all set.
Hey, Judge, thank you very much.
You don't have to thank me. Mr. Paris, can I bring up something?
Yes, sir.
You don't want to have happen, didn't your father die of an overdose? Yes? Yes?
Yes.
You don't want that to happen to you. Am I wrong or right? Was he not much older than you are? You know what's crazy is that was a case years ago when I first got here. And it wasn't that, it was something else. But maybe you need to talk to Judge Hessen about sobriety court. That's my feeling on it. You need to, we are not enemies. And you got a drug addiction, and so what? There's worse things that will happen, but you got to get yourself some help or you're going to die. I'm just telling you. We had a graduation yesterday. I wish I'd have known. I would have invited you. It's beautiful. People straightening out their lives. I mean, like big time. Better jobs, better relationships with parents, siblings, spouses, children, grandchildren, parents. I don't know. I think you need to talk to her, but that's up to you. Good luck. Thank you.
6 to 7 weeks clean, everything.
Well, I know, but we see this all the time. I started the sobriety court here in 2008. I spent over a year and a half about working on it, believe it or not. And we see this all the time. People are clean for a while and they relapse. And I just think with the supervision of the court, you've got a lot better chance of staying sober. I'm not saying everybody can. Just think about it. Nice to see you, Mr.
Yes,
House.
sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Am I continuing this?
I can't force you to do that. This was a civil infraction. So you'll have to talk to Judge Hessen, okay? Lisa, make sure that you cancel the bond conditions that were in there. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Good luck. Thanks, Mr. Haas. Good to see you.
Good seeing you, Judge.
You've been around a few weeks now, too.
I have, one of the first judges I was in front of for my career was your dad.
You're kidding.
I knew your dad pretty good, yeah.
You know, he's been gone like 39 years
I
now.
can't believe that, really. I mean, I understand it, but he was such a nice guy too. It's the first one, do you remember McCartney and Inkster
I do.
and Hammer in Garden City? Those
Yep.
were the first judges out, your dad and those two guys.
No kidding.
Yeah.
And Rick Hammer's still on the bench and his dad he's been on
Yeah,
there for.
I'm talking about his dad.
No, I know.
Yeah.
I know. I remember his
His
dad.
dad was a good guy.
Yeah. Good to see you. Thank
Good seeing
you.
you, Judge.
Thanks a lot. Bye now. Who's this with you in the white shirt, Mr. Paris?
This is, my name is Brad, I work for Chuck.
Oh, okay.
I just try to make sure Chuck gets to court on time, sir.
Hey,
It's
we
not
all need some help.
It's not always easy.
Thanks.
Okay, yeah, good day, sir.
How we doing on these guys?
We're moving, Judge.
Okay.
These are all motions. Tony Carmen's got like 3 of
I
them.
might as well put the no-shows on now, Ted. Give me those, please. Pardon?
Do you want me to write up the next ones?
Sure, it's enough. I mean, if they were scheduled 8:39, even 9:30, it's 10:45.
Okay.
Thanks. This Jeffrey James Peters, 25B1488080, 213 cash and surety, defendant failed to appear for show cause yesterday. Warrant to issue, 24T6431666A, that's Chemsidine Arami. Warrant to issue, bond to be forfeited, 210 cash and surety for failure to appear yesterday. Julianne Armand Brown Jones, 25W8377725, defendant failed to appear for show cause yesterday, 273 cash or surety. People against Daniel Joseph Carey, 25T644721, B and C. I've got 282 and 195 cash or surety for failure to appear for show causes. Luis Daniel Escalona Carazali, 25T644743C, 282 cash or surety. And then I also have a B file for him, 7443B, 213 cash or surety for failure to appear for show cause. Donovan Kendall Gamble, 25F243435, warrant issued for failure to appear for show cause, 213 cash or surety. Leon Darrell Jones, 25T642 903, 213 cash or surety, warrant to issue. Angela Carolyn Jackson, 25T644875, 195 cash or surety. People against Abraham Hassan Goules, 25W8377772, 213 cash or surety, warrant to issue. Paul Andrew Hayden Jr., 25W8375535, warrant to issue for failure to appear for show cause, 213 cash or surety. Haley Marie Killeran, 24B145258, defendant failed to appear for show cause, 65 cash or surety. People against David Shane Kind, 233640967, 283 cash or surety. Defendant failed to appear for show cause, Angela Donnell Kaiser, 25F243392, 237 cash or surety for failure to appear. London, Stephen Lee London Jr., 25B148094, 213 cash or surety, warrant to issue for failure to appear for show cause. Nicholas Ashton McTurner, 25T644763, 237 cash or surety, warrant to issue for failure to appear for show cause. Carol Rayanna Marie Pauley, 25B147762, 225 cash or surety, warrant to issue for failure to appear for show cause. Alexander Lee Roming, 25M481532B195 cash or surety. People against Rivetto Site. Jack Thomas Rivetto Site, 25W8374665, 237 cash or surety. Good morning, Lieutenant. Diamond Alexis Williams, 25D6450458, 213 cash or surety. Karan Delane Williams, 25D306. 373, 282 cash or surety, warrant to issue. And I also have Diamond Alexis Williams, 25T64545B, 282 cash or surety. Sean Douglas Williams, 25T644963A and B, 195 on the B file. On the A file, 213 cash or surety for failure to appear for show cause yesterday. Leon Richardson, 25W837657, defendant failed to appear for show cause yesterday. 345 cash or surety. Jessica Diane Webb, 24F242985, and failed to appear. 465 cash or surety, warrant to issue for failure to appear for show cause. Shankleton, Brian William Shankleton, 23F240059. No wops is the charge that was reduced. I'm sorry, that actually was allowing a licensed driver to drive. Defendant is not paid, didn't show up for prior court hearings, including the show cause yesterday. Warrant to issue. 477 cash or surety. Bruder, Brian Emmerich Bruder, 24W83425. 7,500, 10% for failure to appear, or show cause yesterday. People against Corey Jarrell Hill, 25W8388666A and B on the A file. Defendant failed to appear for the initial hearing. We're going to issue a show cause on the B file. Default judgment will enter. People against Banks, Adriana Cherie Banks, 25W833832. I'm sorry, 25W838382A. Then failed to appear. Show cause to issue, and on the B file 8382B, defendant failed to appear on the suspend. The other one was operating with the presence of drugs. And then I have a C file with that individual, so we're going to issue show causes on all of those files. People against Jermaine Allen Fletcher, 25W8390007A and B, defendant failed to appear. We're going to issue a show cause as required on that A file and a default judgment, excuse me, on the B file. People against Oliver, Jalen Lee Oliver, 25W8388806A and B. On the A file, we're going to issue a show cause, and on the B file, default judgment. Do I have anything else down there?
Yes.
How's everything going, Mr. West?
Good, Judge, I have no more files.
Good. That's always a good thing.
I think we're wrapping it up.
All right, I'm going to call these real quick and I'll get you out of here. Johnston, Carlton Thomas Johnson, 25W8383349. I'm going to issue a show cause on this as required. So we'll issue a show cause for failure to appear. Jamie Lenore Pratt, 23W832353, A and B on the A file. I'm just going to make a note. Defendant failed to appear. Defendant failed to appear. Bench warrant to issue. 195 cash or surety. Defendant was to be here at 10 on that file. And then on the other file, it's a suspend. That's the B file. Defendant failed to appear. So we're going to issue a warrant. Bench warrant to issue. Forfeiture of bond. He keeps doing this. 4,000, 10%. Next time I'm going to make it a lot higher. People against. Aaron David Griggs, 23W8322565A and B. And we're going to go ahead. This has been going on since I was young, presumably here. Defendant failed to appear. Issue a warrant. We're going to issue a bench warrant on both of these. 3,500, 10%. 3,500, 10% on the B file. And 3,500. Defendant failed to appear. Bench warrant to issue. Forfeit bond, 3,500, 10%. 3,500, 10%. All right. All right, there we go. Unless you want something else.
One more, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll take that.
Tony Cameron still has a couple. I'll check with him and see how he's doing.
Yeah, see if he's ready. I can get you out of here then.
We still have a 11 o'clock hearing set aside for Sylvester Smith.
Oh, yeah. You can hand that over here.
What's that?
Sylvester.
No one's checked in on that yet.
That's Woodhaven, right?
No, it's,
The 16th possible for
it is what it is, but no one's checked.
Just ask Mr. West to take a look at it, see if he has an objection. Abraham, Thomas Patrick Abraham, 24W83305, A and
Morning, Honor. Michael Crawford, Representative Abraham, Mr. Proceedings.
counsel, or sir, your name?
Thomas Abraham.
So they're gonna dismiss the A file. He's going to plead to disorderly person. They're going to dismiss the drug paraphernalia, right?
Correct, Your Honor.
Is that what you want to do, sir?
Yes, Your
If you plead to disorderly, the possible penalties are up to 500 fines, 90 days jail. Costs are all those. I'll then dismiss pursuant to the agreement, improper plate and drug paraphernalia. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You agree to that?
Yes,
Did you sign, read, and understand the advice of rights today?
I did.
If you plead guilty, you'll be giving up all those rights and there will not be a trial. Do you understand that?
Yes.
To the charge disorderly person, how do you plead?
Guilty.
Were you on Allen at 21860 Allen Road in Woodhaven, January 27 of 24?
Yes.
Were you in possession of 6 drug paraphernalia pipes, I should say, that you used to smoke crack cocaine?
Yes.
Are you on probation?
No.
Parole?
No.
Anybody force you to plead guilty?
No.
Please accept it to that charge. I'm going to dismiss the drug paraphernalia, dismiss the improper plate. Geez, you got to get off of this stuff.
Yeah, I'm all straight now, Your Honor.
Well, we're going to do a screening and assessment, and then you're going to come back for sentencing. And I'm going to give you a new date. Lisa, what do you have for me?
July 23rd at 8:30.
So you have to come back July 23rd at 8:30, and then once you go across the hall to probation, you will fill out a questionnaire and you will be interviewed. Do you understand that?
Yes.
And the bond conditions are transferred to the A file, Lisa. Or to the B file, rather. Bond conditions all transferred over. So those bond conditions I gave you before are in effect on this remaining file. I did apply them to both initially, just to be clear. Actually, Judge Hessen did. Why are you still doing that? I mean, you said you're clean, but hang on a second, but you said you're clean, but how long have you been clean?
Like a year.
All right, let's see what the screening report says, and then I'll sentence you on that date that I gave you here, okay?
Okay.
July 23rd. So you're gonna go down the hall, get your written paper notice, then go over to probation, fill out a questionnaire, and be interviewed.
Okay.
Any questions?
No.
Good luck, sir. Thank you. Yeah, they will be. Any objection?
No, no objection.
Yeah, he came in yesterday and his lawyer on one. So, Lisa, are they out there in that Sylvester, here, Tabitha?
The defendant is here. We're still waiting on the attorney.
Okay, good
Hey,
enough.
Lisa, what about Amanda Emerson?
They have not brought her yet.
Kate has those files.
She's in custody.
Yep,
Brought her from where?
she's in the.
Wayne
she's
County.
in the county. They haven't brought her in yet.
Is that what even cases?
Yep.
Brownstown.
That's a Brownstown case in front of you, Amanda Emerson. She also has something in front of Judge Hessen. And Mr. Carmen still has.
Why are they bringing her over as opposed to, oh, it's a trial?
No, I just meant by video. They haven't logged in yet.
Oh, jeez.
intox. I'm dismissing pursuant to stipulation, the refuse, disobey.
Tuesday. Yeah.
043. Good morning, Your Honor. Again, Hassan Zor, P83043. I am here. Oh, they're here.
Sir, your name?
Lester Smith.
All right, so I don't really need anything more. He has no criminal charges pending against him, right?
That is correct, Your Honor. Everything that was represented yesterday is true. No criminal charges pending, has not been convicted of more than 3 felonies. No assaultive crimes ever set aside. The applicable time period has passed. He was not driving a commercial vehicle. Nobody was seriously hurt or injured in this one either. And an opportunity was given to the Attorney General and prosecuting official.
And Mr. West, your name?
Your Honor, Josh West, I'm hearing on behalf of the people.
This was for suspend. No objection to setting aside the conviction?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and grant your request, sir. I wish you well. Good luck. We really covered this yesterday for the record on another case involving him. You're all set. Have a great day, gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day, Your Honor. Take care.
Too.
Thank you all.
All right, I'll take, let's see.
Oh.
Yeah. People against Jessica Rose Shaft, 25W838765, A, B, and C.
Morning, Your Honor. Michael Lee Carmen, P7324 on behalf of the defendant.
Ma'am, your name?
Jessica Shaw.
So you were appointed, or at least the court appointed her a lawyer, and then that lawyer didn't show up or couldn't make it today for whatever reason, and then you pre-tried this and you just want an adjournment for discovery, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
And I've signed the order granting discovery. Why don't you go ahead and give me a new date, Lisa?
July 23rd at 9:30.
Is that my next Woodhaven docket?
No, your next Woodhaven docket's the 9th.
Okay. All right. I'll go ahead and grant the request to adjourn, ma'am. You are all set. You go right down the hall and get your new notice, okay?
Thank you.
Good luck. Gabriel Christine Popovsky, 25W838818A, B, and C.
Michael Lee Carmen, P7324 on behalf of the defendant, Your Honor.
So I got a no contest plea. Your name, ma'am?
Gabrielle Kowalski.
What is the reason for a no contest plea?
Your Honor, be civil liability.
She damaged the. Yeah. I mean, they're entitled to restitution. The civil liability had something to do with this jail cell, right?
I think that's fair to say.
I mean, I don't think a no contest plea is appropriate here. Ma'am, if you want to plead guilty to disorderly person, I will go ahead and dismiss, refuse a police officer's commands and open intox, if you want to do that.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, that's my fault. The basis should be lack of memory due to intoxication.
Is that right?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I'm coming in midstream on this.
That's fine. So you don't recall the events giving rise to this charge? All right, if you plead no contest, it has the same effect as a guilty plea. If you plead no contest to this charge of disorderly conduct, public intox, due to a lack of memory, it has the same effect as a guilty plea, and the possible penalties are up to 500 fines, 90 days jail costs, or all of those penalties. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Did you sign an advice of rights and read and understand the rights?
Yes.
If you plead no contest, you'll be giving up all those rights, and there will not be a hearing or a trial of any kind. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You stipulate I can report to establish a factual basis, Mr. Carmen?
Yes, sir.
All right, I've had that marked Peoples 1 to the charge disorderly conduct, public intoxication. Ma'am, how do you plead?
No contest.
All right, I'm gonna review the report. All right. Based on my review of the report, I find there's a factual basis for the plea to disorderly. I'm accepting that. Disorderly person, public intox. I'm dismissing pursuant to stipulation, the refuse, disobey a police officer's lawful commands, as well as open intox. I am going to refer you for a screening and assessment, okay? I'll sentence you on another day. I just want to check into a couple things. We're going to give you a new date. You're going to walk across the hall to probation, fill out a questionnaire, and be interviewed. Any questions? Lisa, give me the new date, please.
July 23rd at 8:30.
So July 23 at 8:30, you're to be here, okay? And so you go down the hall, get your notice, and then you'll come back for sentencing.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions? I want to just check one thing here, if you'll give me a moment, please. Did I arraigned her. And it said, oh, no alcohol or controlled substances or marijuana. Do you understand that? You cannot leave the state without consent or violate a law. You must appear in court as directed. I wish you well. Good luck. We'll see you back here. Thank you. Thanks a lot, Mr. West. Thank you, Mr. Carmen.
My pleasure. Have a great day, Judge.
You too. Thanks a lot. I don't know where.
I don't know, Suffolk County.
Lisa, have you or Amy or anybody tried to get a hold of the county yet, or?
No, I did not.
Maybe who's better off calling, you or Amy? I don't care.
I can try. It's just you don't always get a hold of them during the day.
Get it. I get it. Can you give them a call, please? Tell them I'm ready.
Interpreter here also.
Of course, sir. Thank you.
Morning, this is the 13th. Good morning, this is the 13th Judicial District, the District Court of Butler County, Kansas.
Muy buenos días, el registro se encuentra ya en progreso. Este es el Distrito Judicial número 13 del Tribunal del Distrito del Condado de Butler, Kansas.
This does come on for a hearing on our June 25th, 2025, Wednesday, traffic docket.
Esto se llevó a cabo en la audiencia del día 25 de junio del año 2025, siendo miércoles, por un expediente de tránsito.
Please take seriously all of the instructions given to you by the officer because they are orders of the court.
Por favor, tomen seriamente todas las instrucciones brindadas por el oficial, debido a que son órdenes emitidas por el tribunal.
First, we will call case number 2025 TR 567, State of Kansas versus Pedro Macias Diaz.
El caso que estaríamos llamando primero sería el número 2025 TR567. Es el estado de Kansas versus el señor Pedro Macías Díaz.
Jared Regier, Assistant Butler County Attorney, appears for the state.
Es Jared Regier, que es el fiscal del condado de Butler adjunto, comparece para el estado el día de hoy.
Is the defendant Pedro Macias Diaz present in person?
El acusado Pedro Macías Díaz se encuentra presente en persona. Sí, su señoría.
All right, Mr. Macias Diaz, you are charged in count 1 with the charge of unsafe turning or stopping, failing to give a proper signal.
Señor Macías Díaz, usted ha sido infraccionado con la infracción número 1, con la infracción de realizar un giro inseguro o fallar o no realizar una para una señal apropiada.
This is called a traffic infraction, which means it does not carry a threat of jail time, but it does carry a scheduled fine of $75 and court costs of $108 should you be convicted.
Esto es denominado como una infracción de tránsito, lo que significa de que no conlleva amenaza de tiempo en la cárcel, pero conlleva una multa programada de $75 y costes de tribunal, siendo 108 en el caso de que usted sea sentenciado.
In count 2, you're charged with operating a motor vehicle without a valid driver's license, which is a Class B misdemeanor.
Y luego tenemos la infracción número 2, que es operar un vehículo motorizado sin una licencia de conducir válida, lo que es considerado como un delito menor de clase B.
If you were to be convicted of this charge, your penalties could be up to 6 months in the county jail, and your fine could be up to $1,000, although those are the extreme penalties and not necessarily what we would normally see.
En el caso de que usted sea sentenciado con esta acusación, sus penalidades podrían ser hasta 6 meses en la cárcel del condado y una multa que podría ir hasta los $1,000. Sin embargo, estas son penalidades extremas y no necesariamente es lo que normalmente nosotros vemos.
Typically, the fines are much lower, and we often see probation, but there is no guarantee at this time what the penalties would actually be.
Típicamente las multas son mucho más bajos y usualmente se impone una libertad condicional, pero no hay garantía en este momento de cuáles serían las penalidades.
You do have the right to an attorney. Do you wish to hire an attorney? If you cannot afford to hire an attorney, you can apply for court appointed and see if you qualify, or you can waive your right to attorney and represent yourself.
Usted tiene el derecho a tener un abogado. Si usted desea, puede contratar un abogado. Si no puede pagar por uno, usted puede hacer la solicitud de que el tribunal nombre a uno, y en el caso de que usted califique o en el caso de que usted desee exonerar su derecho a abogado y representarse a sí mismo.
So how do you wish to proceed on the issue of an attorney?
Bien, señor, ¿y cómo desea proceder en relación al asunto del abogado?
Pues yo no quiero, o sea, tener problemas ni nada. Nada más, pues sí, cometí esa falta.
Yes, I don't want to be involved in troubles, man. I'm aware that I committed this fault.
Well, do you understand that you can hire an attorney to represent you?
Bien, señor, pero usted comprende de que puede contratar un abogado para poder representarlo.
Oh, sí.
Yes.
Do you want to hire an attorney?
¿Usted quiere contratar un abogado?
No.
No.
And do you understand that if you cannot afford to hire an attorney, you can apply and see if you qualify for a court-appointed attorney?
Y usted comprende que en el caso de que no pueda pagar para contratar un abogado, usted puede hacer la solicitud y ver si usted califica para que el tribunal le señale uno.
Sí.
Yes.
Do you wish to apply for court-appointed attorney?
¿Usted desea hacer la solicitud para un abogado nombrado por el tribunal?
No.
No.
Then do you wish to waive your right to an attorney and represent yourself?
En ese caso, señor, ¿usted quiere exonerar su derecho a un abogado y representarse a sí mismo?
Sí.
Yes.
Is anyone making you waive your right to an attorney today?
¿Hay alguien que esté haciendo de que usted renuncie a su derecho a un abogado el día de hoy?
No.
No.
Then I will have the record reflect that you are knowingly and voluntarily waiving your right to an attorney to represent yourself today.
Bueno, tengo el registro que refleja de que usted conscientemente y voluntariamente está exonerando su derecho a un abogado para poder representarse a sí mismo el día de hoy.
I will tell you, sir, as well as everyone else listening, that the county attorney has a program called diversion.
Bueno, quiero hacerles saber a usted, señor, y también a todas las personas que están escuchando, que el fiscal del condado tiene un programa que se llama desviación.
That diversion program, for anyone interested, can be seen at the website bucoks.com.
Ese programa de desviación, para cualquiera que esté interesado, puede ser visto en el sitio web B de bueno, U de Úrsula, C de casa, O de Oscar, K de kilo, S de sapo.com.
It is a program for primarily first-time offenders or offenders with a good record to keep these charges off their record.
Este programa es para infractores que han cometido una falta por primera vez o que tienen un buen récord para poder mantener estas infracciones o acusaciones fuera del registro.
You would have to pay your fine, court costs, and a diversion fee.
Usted tendría que pagar su multa, los costes del tribunal y una tarifa de desviación.
Again, the website will address the amounts of money you would have to pay.
Una vez más, el sitio web estaría indicando los montos de dinero que usted tendría que pagar.
Additionally, you would have to correct whatever type of charge brings you here.
Adicionalmente, usted también tendría que corregir el tipo de infracción o acusación que lo trae aquí.
For instance, Mr. Macias, in your case, you're charged with no driver's license, and you would have to get a valid driver's license in the near future.
Por ejemplo, señor Macías, en su caso, usted tiene una infracción por no contar con una licencia de conducir. Usted tendría que tener una licencia de conducir válida en un futuro cercano.
Mr. Macias, do you believe you could get your driver's license and qualify for diversion?
Señor Macías, ¿usted cree que podría obtener su licencia de conducir y calificar para el programa de desviación?
No, no creo.
I don't think so.
Then let me talk to you about your other options.
Bueno, en ese caso, señor, déjeme hablarle acerca de sus otras opciones.
You can plead not guilty, denying the charge, and we can set it for trial at a later date.
Usted puede declarar su no responsabilidad, negar las infracciones o acusaciones y podemos programar esto para juicio en otra fecha.
Or you can plead guilty, admitting the charge, and we could proceed with your sentencing today.
O usted puede declarar su responsabilidad, admitir la falta o infracción y nosotros podríamos proceder a realizar una sentencia el día de hoy.
Or you could plead no contest, which means you do not want to admit the charge, but you do not want to deny it and take it to trial. You'd still be found guilty with this no contest plea.
Y usted también podría declarar no contestación, lo que significa de que usted no admite la infracción o acusación, pero tampoco quiere negarla y esto lo estaría llevando a un juicio. Usted aún estaría siendo encontrado culpable sin una contestación.
How would you like to plead to these two charges of unsafe turning and driving without a license?
¿Cómo desearía declararse, señor, en relación a estas dos infracciones y acusaciones? Hacer un
Culpable.
guilty.
Now, before I proceed, did he sign a waiver of counsel, Deputy?
Yes, ma'am. Spanish one.
Thank you.
Antes de continuar, él firmó una exoneración de abogado, alguacil. Sí, su señoría, en español.
Mr. Macias, do you agree that you signed that waiver of counsel in writing?
Bien, señor Macías, ¿usted está de acuerdo de que usted firmó esa exoneración de abogado por escrito?
Sí.
Yep.
Yeah. And did you sign it?
¿Y lo firmó?
Sí.
Yes.
Very well. Then when you say you want to plead guilty, are you admitting that you did drive an automobile in Butler County, Kansas on March 15th, 2025, as the state alleges?
Bien, con esto usted estaría declarando su responsabilidad. Usted está admitiendo de que usted condujo un automóvil en el condado de Butler, Kansas, el día 15 de marzo del año 2025, tal como alega el Estado.
Sí.
Yes.
And were you driving on the Kansas Turnpike, officially known as I-35 highway?
Y usted está conduciendo en la Turnpike de Kansas, oficialmente conocida como la I-35, autopista I-35.
Sí.
Yes.
And the officer says he saw you driving at mile marker 64 south, which would be in Butler County, Kansas. Do you agree with that?
Bien, señor. Y el oficial indica de que lo vio conducir en el marcador de millas 64S, que sería en el condado de Butler, Kansas. ¿Usted está de acuerdo con ello?
Sí.
Yes.
Did you have a valid driver's license at the time you were driving?
¿Usted tenía una licencia de conducir válida en el momento que estaba conduciendo?
No.
No.
The officer says you made a turn without using a proper signal. Are you admitting that as well?
El oficial indica de que usted hizo un giro sin realizar la señalización apropiada. ¿Usted admite eso también?
Sí.
Yes.
And where were you making the turn that you should have used a signal? Were you coming off the turnpike, or where exactly, what were you doing?
Bien, ¿y dónde usted estaba haciendo ese giro en el cual usted supuestamente tuvo que haber hecho esa señalización? ¿Usted estaba saliendo del Turnpike o dónde exactamente? ¿Qué es lo que estaba usted haciendo?
Era una tienda y salí, ahí estaba el letrero de Yale.
It was a store. I was coming out from the store and there was a yield sign.
I see. And you didn't yield,
¿Y usted no se dio el paso?
or you
No,
didn't signal?
no.
No.
Oh, or you didn't turn on your signal to indicate that you were going to the yield sign?
Pero bueno, en todo caso, usted no giró en la señal, usted indica de que usted estaba dirigiéndose hacia la señalización de yield o de dar paso.
Estaba la señalización y yo pues no hice stop, me pasé y debía haber hecho pues stop, o sea, precaución.
Yes, the sign was there, but I didn't make a stop.
We are looking at count 1, speeding 99 and a 65 in Butler County, Kansas on June 24th of 2023. Count 2, driving while suspended, same date, location. Count 3, driving without proper registration or tag, same date, location. And count 4, operating a vehicle. That one specifically indicates expired tag as a possibility on the same date and location. Mr. Jeffrey, how does your client wish to plead at this time to the 4 charges?
I'll plead not guilty this time, Your Honor.
And do you wish to set this for bench trial, jury trial, or plea?
Neither judge, if we could just get another status on this case. So I can just, I just need to reach out to Mr. Regier and see what we can get worked out.
The case is 2 years old and counting. I'll give you one more setting. You think you can do that?
It'll be manageable, Judge.
Where did I put my list here? It looks like our next control docket would be Monday, September 8th. You thinking that? You think in 3 months you can work it out with Mr. Regier?
We'll be able to get that taken care of, Judge.
All right. State's response to continuing this till September 8th at 9 a.m.
Your Honor, if the court is prepared to continue the bond in this case, as well as find that this continuance is at the request of the defense for speedy trial purposes, which the state does consider of particular importance, given the alleged date of the offenses in the amended information, the state has no objection.
I don't think 2 years could be speedy if we tried, but I understand the legalities you raise. Yes, this time will count against the defendant, and she will be continued on her $1,500 professional surety bond posted March 24th, 25 with Florio fast out. Anything else, Mr. Jeffrey?
I did have one question, Judge. I'm looking at the Odyssey case file, and it shows under dispositions that count 4 was dismissed. Is that an error?
Well, let me see. When I look under summary, I still see it, but let's look at there's the citation filed back in, and it shows, it looks like count 3 was displaying a tag that didn't belong on the car, and count 4 was the car had an expired tag, if I'm reading those correctly. But let me see, there was an amended information filed August 2nd, 23, and as indicated, it does show, as you said, August 1st, 2023, the count 4 was dismissed.
Okay.
All right, so yes, you're looking at those 3 charges.
Okay. Thank you so much, Judge.
You're welcome. This matter is recessed until that date and time. And Mr. Geoffrey, did you have someone else on the docket?
No, that was it, Your Honor.
All right, then Mr. Geoffrey and Mr. Ronis are excused from these proceedings today. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
We have the interpreter back, so the person under Usuario de Zoom, what is your name?
La persona que dice usuario de Zoom, ¿cuál es su nombre?
Mi nombre es Walter.
My name is Walter.
And Walter, what is your last name, please?
¿Y cuál es, señor Walter, su apellido?
Walter Luis Fernández Herrera.
Walter Luis Fernández Herrera.
Your Honor, he is under the S, as in Frank, so Fernandez Herrera.
Señoría, se encuentra bajo F de Frank Fernández Herrera.
Thank you, clerk. I do see that case name and number.
Muchas gracias, secretaria. Ya veo su caso y su número.
At this time, we are on the record in case number 2025 TR 573, State of Kansas versus Walter Luis Fernandez Herrera.
En este momento ya nos encontramos en la grabación con el caso 2025 TR 573, el estado de Kansas versus el señor Walter Luis Fernández Herrera.
Jared Regier appears for the state and the defendant appears in person and pro se.
El señor Regier comparece en representación del estado y el acusado comparece en persona.
And what is the last name that you go by? Is it Herrera?
Señor, ¿cuál es el apellido con el cual normalmente lo nombran? ¿Es Herrera?
Fernández.
Fernández.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Fernandez, the count one against you alleges that you were speeding 88 miles per hour in a 75-mile-per-hour zone on March 7th, 2025 in Butler County, Kansas.
Bien, señor Fernández, el delito en contra de usted indica de que usted estaba corriendo 88 millas por hora en una zona de 75 millas por hora el día 7 de marzo del año 2025 en el condado de Butler, Kansas.
Speeding is a traffic infraction that does not carry jail time, but it does have, in this case, a scheduled fine for 88 and a 75 of $68 and 108 court costs.
Exceso de velocidad es una infracción de tránsito que no conlleva tiempo en la cárcel, pero tiene una multa programada de 88, 75, 68 y $108 en costes de tribunal.
In count two, the state is alleging that on that date and time, you were driving a vehicle that wasn't properly registered or had an expired tag.
Y en la infracción número 2, el Estado indica de que en esa fecha y en esa hora usted estaba conduciendo un vehículo que no estaba registrado de forma apropiada y que tenía una placa expirada.
Yeah, this count is an unclassified misdemeanor that carries maximum penalties of up to $2,500 in fines and possible sentence of 30 days up to 6 months.
Infracción es un delito menor no clasificado que conlleva penalidades máximas de hasta $2,500 en multas y una sentencia posible de hasta 30 días como hasta de 6 meses en cárcel.
These are the maximum ranges possible. The actual imposed sentence is usually a fine much less, and if jail is imposed, it is usually met with probation.
Bueno, estas son los rangos posibles de máximas penalidades, pero en realidad la sentencia que usualmente se impone es una multa mucho menor y bueno, la cárcel usualmente no se impone, usualmente se declara libertad condicional.
In count 3, the final charge against you, you're charged with driving without a driver's license, a Class B misdemeanor.
En la acusación número 3, la acusación final en contra de usted es de que usted está acusado por conducir sin una licencia de conducir, lo que es considerado como un delito menor de clase B.
Maximum penalties include up to 6 months possible jail time and $1,000 possible fine.
Las penalidades máximas incluyen hasta 6 meses de posible tiempo en la cárcel y a una multa posible hasta de $1,000.
Again, those are maximum and not necessarily what we normally would see imposed.
Bueno, y nuevamente estas son las penalidades máximas y no necesariamente lo que normalmente se impone.
You do have the right to hire an attorney if you wish. Do you understand that?
Usted tiene el derecho a contratar un abogado si usted así lo desea. ¿Usted comprende ello?
Sí,
Yes.
If you do not have the ability to hire an attorney, you can apply and see if you qualify for a court-appointed attorney. Do you understand that?
Si usted no tiene la capacidad de poder contratar un abogado, usted puede solicitar y ver si usted califica para un abogado nombrado por el tribunal. ¿Usted comprende ello?
sí.
Yes.
Or if you wish to waive your right to an attorney, you can do so and represent yourself. Do you understand this?
Y bueno, en el caso de que usted renuncie a su derecho de tener un abogado, usted lo puede hacer y representarse a sí mismo. ¿Usted comprende ello?
Sí.
Yes.
And how do you wish to proceed on the issue of an attorney right now?
Bien, señor, ¿y cómo desea proceder en relación al asunto del abogado en ese momento?
Bueno, actualmente yo no cuento con fondos para contratar uno. Quisiera que ustedes, por favor, me pudieran colaborar con uno de ustedes o representarme yo mismo. Cualquiera de las dos opciones.
Well, at this moment, I don't have money in order to afford for an attorney, so I would like the court to appoint an attorney for me or represent myself.
Well, if you want to answer some questions about your financial situation, I can determine if you qualify for court appointed, or if you want to waive your right, I can let you proceed on your own behalf. It's whichever you prefer.
Bueno, señor, si usted está dispuesto a responder algunas preguntas acerca de su situación financiera, yo puedo determinar si usted califica para un abogado señalado por el tribunal, o si usted desea, puede exonerar su derecho a ser representado por un abogado y lo puedo permitir que usted se represente a sí mismo. ¿Cuál de las dos opciones preferiría?
Con la del abogado, claro.
With the attorney, of course.
All right. Where do you work at this time?
Bien, señor, ¿dónde trabaja actualmente?
Actualmente estoy trabajando en la compañía Spartan Nash.
Currently, I'm working in a company, Spartan Nash.
And what do you get paid per month by this company?
¿Y cuánto es lo que le pagan por mes en esta compañía?
Aproximadamente $2,000.
Approximately $2,000.
Are you married?
¿Está casado?
No,
No.
Do you have any legal children or children that you legally support?
¿Usted tiene algún hijo legalmente suyo o que legalmente usted lo esté manteniendo?
no,
No.
Do you pay rent or a mortgage on a home?
¿Usted paga arriendo o hipoteca en una casa?
sí,
Yes.
And how much per month do you pay?
¿Cuánto es lo que paga por mes?
$900.
$900.
And then do you pay utilities on top of that?
¿Y usted paga servicios públicos por encima de ello?
Sí, un auto también de pago. Mi auto.
Yes. Well, actually, I pay for my car.
All right. What do you pay for your car?
Bien, ¿cuánto es lo que paga por su carro?
$530 al mes.
530 per month.
Do you have any other income?
¿Tiene algún otro ingreso económico?
No, más ninguno, solo
No,
eso.
I don't have any other. Just that.
I will appoint Attorney Darren Patterson to represent you.
Bien, estaría señalando al abogado Darren Patterson para que lo pueda representar.
Ok,
You need-
muchas gracias.
Okay, thank you very much.
You will need to contact him. His number is 316-322-7700.
Bien, usted necesita comunicarse con él y su número de teléfono es el 316-322-7700.
And your next court date will be August 6th at 1:30.
Bien, y su siguiente fecha en el tribunal sería para el día 6 de agosto a la 1:30.
Okay.
You will need to go into a breakout room to get your picture and prints taken. The officer will set up a time for you to do that.
Bien, señor, usted necesita ir a una sala privada para que pueda tomar su fotografía y también sus huellas dactilares. El oficial estaría programando con usted un horario para poder realizar ello.
Okay.
I will set your bond at $1,500. You will not have to bring that money unless you fail to come to court when you're told to.
Bien, señor, estaría estableciendo su fianza de $1,500. Usted no va a tener que traer ese dinero a menos de que usted no se presente en el tribunal cuando se le mencione que tenga que estar.
Ok. ¿Y puedo hacerle una pregunta, por favor?
Yes, can I ask you a question?
Certainly.
Adelante.
¿Y cómo yo podría resolver el caso lo antes posible? O sea, resolver el caso hoy mismo. Y solo sería pagar la multa. ¿Cómo podría hacerlo?
How can I do in order to resolve the case today and just pay the fine? How can I get that?
Well, the only way we could proceed at this time is if you waived your right to an attorney. I'm reluctant to do that since you have asked for and received a court-appointed attorney.
Bueno, la única forma en la que nosotros podríamos proceder en esta ocasión es de que usted renuncie a su derecho a ser representado por un abogado. Yo en realidad estoy reticente a realizar ello debido a que usted ha solicitado por un abogado, ha solicitado bajo palabra de que usted desea un abogado que sea señalado por el tribunal.
So I am going to leave your court date for August 6th. You can reappear by Zoom for that.
Bueno, así que yo estaría dejando de que su siguiente fecha en el tribunal sería para el día 6 de agosto y usted puede comparecer nuevamente por Zoom para poder realizar ello.
Ok.
Ok.
Es que, un momento, por favor, ¿puedo comunicar? Es que es mi primera vez en una situación como esta y no sabía cómo explicarme. Disculpe el inconveniente, pero yo quisiera, por favor, resolverlo hoy mismo si es posible. O sea, si se podría cancelar el abogado y yo podría representarme yo mismo, lo haría con gusto. Lo que solo mi primera vez me puso algo nervioso y no sé cómo responderle. Disculpe.
Yes, Your Honor. Actually, well, this is the first time I'm having a situation like this. So, well, that's the reason I told you that. But I don't know if it is possible to cancel my request for an appointed attorney and try to resolve the case today. Now, the thing is that, well, I was kind of nervous, and that's the reason that I gave that answer.
I don't want you to hurry through this matter when you've obviously indicated that you had some questions for an attorney.
Bueno, señor, en realidad no quiero apurarlo en este caso, cuando obviamente usted ha indicado de que usted tiene algunas preguntas que realizarle a un abogado.
So I am going to leave this on the docket for August 6th at 1:30. You must be back here with Mr. Patterson.
Así que voy a dejar esto en el expediente para el día 6 de agosto a la 1:30 y usted tiene que regresar aquí con el señor Patterson.
And
Okay.
now you need to go into the breakout room with court security 2 and the interpreter, please.
Ahora usted necesita ir a la sala privada con el seguridad del tribunal y con el intérprete para que puedan tomar su fotografía y huellas dactilares, o para que puedan coordinar su fotografía y huellas dactilares.
Okay.
Ok,
All right. If there's nothing further, Mr. Regier,
bueno, si no hay nada más que agregar, señor Reguier.
Not from the state, Your Honor.
No, por parte del Estado, su señoría.
all right, we'll be in recess. Please look for the invitation on your screen to go to a breakout room.
Bien, estaríamos pasando al receso, por favor, acepte la invitación que va a aparecer en su pantalla para poder pasar a la sala privada.
We will now be on the record in 2025 TR 535, State of Kansas versus James Matthew Click, Jared Regier for the state, Bailey Schmidler for the defendant, who also appears in person. Ms. Schmidler, I thought we continued this. No?
Your Honor, we attempted to. I don't think the order was ever filed, so I didn't want to not appear today, but we are requesting a continuance. This is Mr. Click's first time up. We're hoping to resolve this through diversion or some other resolution with Mr. Regier. So I am requesting that September date, please.
All right. Well, thank you for erring on the side of caution. Mr. Click, you are charged, since this is your first appearance, as your counsel says. You're charged in count 1 with improper driving on a laned roadway, count 2 following another vehicle too closely, and count 3 improper passing on a roadway. Those are all infractions, all scheduled fines, no jail time. I have no doubt your attorney has told you all of this. Your request for continuance will be granted. Any objection to that, Mr. Regier?
Not under these circumstances, Your Honor.
Unfortunately, I do not have another opening until September 8th, which would be Monday at 9. I could fit it on a Wednesday, which would be September 24th at 9. Ms. Schmidler, any preference?
Your Honor, the September 8th at 9 o'clock should be just fine. Thank you.
Very well, you're welcome. This matter, Mr. Click, you and counsel will need to return September 8th at 9 a.m. And because that is set out so very far into the future, hopefully any resolutions between parties will be reached and presented at that time.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
You're welcome. Anything further from either party?
Not from defense.
Not from the
Thank
state,
you.
Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Schmidler and Mr. Click are excused at this time. Who else do we have? Do we have any other attorneys besides Mr. Regier? Any defense attorneys? Do we have anyone else at the Sallyport? Deputy Caulfield?
Yes, we do. Christian Garike, Christian. Take your head off and come on in. Starts with E.
Thank you. We are on the record in 2024 TR 3042, State of Kansas versus Christian Dakota Gawerke. Jared Regier for the state, the defendant appearing in person and pro se on count 1, attempted, it says attempted operation of a motor vehicle without a valid license, but Mr. Regier, is the state actually alleging that he did drive without a valid license?
Your Honor, I am reviewing the information that was filed with the court on November 18th, 2024. That same information would not appear to make any mention of any attempted offenses insofar as counts 1 or 2 are concerned.
All right, so we're looking at attempted, strike that. We are looking at driving without a license, no proof of liability insurance. It looks like you were here, sir, March 5th, and you were going to apply for diversion. Did you do that?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you granted diversion?
Honestly, I just did it a couple days ago, so I haven't got back the response. I just got the confirmation number, but I'm waiting on an email.
Did you hear me on March 5th tell you not to wait until the last minute to apply?
Yes, Your Honor.
But you did apply at the last minute, basically.
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you hear me tell you to go out and post a bond and get your picture and prints taken?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you did do that, didn't you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, I'm not going to grant you a continuance to apply for diversion. I'm going to set this for trial, and you will either, that'll buy you some time to get your diversion, but you'll either, if you don't have diversion, we're going to go to bench trial August 27 at 1:30.
Okay.
So be ready for bench trial August 27 at 1:30, or be diverted, but I'm not going to grant you any continuances for diversion because I told you to get that done and you've had several months to do it.
Okay, and then, sorry, Your Honor. I looked into some attorneys, but they were kind of pricey. I applied for a court-appointed attorney. Is that still possible?
Well, if you are applying for a court-appointed attorney, you probably should have talked to the attorney before you applied for diversion, because they usually like to participate in planning your defense. And you may have already made some admissions on that diversion and agreed to stipulated facts.
And Your Honor,
Mr. Revere?
not to interject, but notwithstanding the statements of the defendant on the record here today, I do not have any notes to suggest, in fact, a diversion application has been received by my office at this time.
Okay, Mr. Gurecki, what's happening here? Did you apply or didn't you?
For diversion?
Right,
Yes, I applied a couple days ago
a couple days ago. Did you apply in person or online?
online.
Well, you literally held this off to the last minute. Well, a couple. You didn't wait till yesterday. But they don't have it.
Okay, so what could we do from here? Is it
Well, I would reemphasize that you can apply for court-appointed attorney. Again, you should do these things at first appearance and not delay 3 months into it to think about it. But I just
Okay.
need to know from you, are you applying for diversion? Or are you applying for an attorney? Which are you doing?
I would actually like to apply for the attorney.
All right, so you haven't applied for diversion, you're not going to, or you have applied for diversion, but you still want to apply for an attorney?
Yes, ma'am. I've applied for diversion, but I still want to apply for an attorney.
All right, well, you fill out an application and give it back to the officer.
Which he
And
did, Judge.
you did, all right. Where do you work?
Road safe traffic systems.
Road safe? What do they pay you per month?
Around 4,000 a month.
Well, I seriously doubt at 4,000 a month, you're gonna qualify as indigent, that you're gonna qualify for poverty level, but who knows? Go ahead and I'll look at that later, but in the meantime, we're set for trial. August 27th at 1:30. If you qualify for an attorney, you're ordered to get a hold of that attorney and get set up for trial. He'll need to be ready for trial. Apparently, you're torn between whether you want the case dismissed through diversion or whether you want to take it to trial, but you can't do both. It's called a pre-trial diversion. It diverts you away from trial, but you can talk to your attorney about that, and he can explain all of that if you qualify. If you don't qualify at $4,000 a month, you're going to have to hire your own attorney.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you will be continued on your bond, and this time we'll count against you for speedy trial purposes. We'll be in recess. You may go.
Thank
And Your
you.
Honor,
Yes.
I apologize. Just, I'll need a notice of corrections in order to change the charge from attempted to just what Mr. Aguirre had stated on the record.
Does that attempt come from the officer that enters it or from the county attorney that enters it?
It depends sometimes, Your Honor. It looks like this one was filed by the county attorney's office and just whoever clicked on the charge had clicked on attempted when they put it in. But on the information, they had still just put in the operating a motor vehicle without a valid license. So I just have to have a notice of corrections as a paper trail.
All right, if you'd make a note of that, Mr. Rigier.
Very good, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, we'll be in recess. You may go, sir. Thank you. You're muted, Deputy.
Next one I have is Sherry Teamstra.
That's right.
Okay, we are on the record in 25 TR 387, State of Kansas versus Sherry Marie Teamstra, Jared Regier for the state, defendant in person. Ms. Teamster, you're charged with one count of improper driving on a laned roadway, an infraction. This carries a fine and court costs if you were to be convicted, but no jail time. And you have asked that we set this, so you are wanting a trial, is that correct?
Well, I guess so. I thought that this was kind of that. I was following the procedures at the school for carpool pickup, and it requires you to cross a double line. And so I did cross a double line, but it's because it's the carpool pickup line.
All right, well, we will set this for trial. And the next trial will be August 20th at 1:30. You'll need to be back here with any witnesses or evidence you intend to present. August 20th at 1:30. I don't know if you qualify for or are interested in the county attorney's diversion, but that information would be available at bucoks.com.
I looked that up. I heard you mention it to someone else, so I looked it up. Does that mean that means you pay an additional fine, but then you don't have to go to trial and it doesn't affect my insurance? Is that correct?
It means that, yes, you have to pay your fine, your court costs, and an additional diversion fee. But if you qualify and do what you're supposed to, then they dismiss it and know it couldn't be used against you for any other purposes.
So do you think that I should go to trial or do the diversion?
That is not appropriate for me to say. That's your decision to make.
Okay.
And I can't appoint an attorney, but you can always talk to an attorney of your own accord.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
All right. You're welcome. Thank you. We'll be in recess on Ms. Teamstra. We'll take up Justin Corbin while we're waiting on security. We'll be on the record in 2024 TR 3051, State of Kansas versus Justin Allen Corbin. Jared Regier appears for the state. Mr. Corbin appears in person and pro se. So give me just a moment. Mr. Corbin, this is your first appearance on this case. In count one, you're accused of driving while suspended after a prior conviction for driving while suspended. That prior conviction would elevate this to a Class A non-person misdemeanor. That means if you were to be convicted, there would be a mandatory must serve 5 days minimum in county jail. But your sentence could be up to 1 year and your fine could be up to $2,500. On count two, you're accused of driving without proof of insurance. This would be a Class B misdemeanor. If convicted, your fine could be anywhere from $300 to $1,000. You could have a 6-month sentence. On count three, you're accused of operating a motor vehicle without lawful registration or with expired tag. This is an unclassified misdemeanor. If convicted, your fine could be up to $2,500 and your sentence could be anywhere from 30 days to 6 months. Do you wish to hire an attorney, apply for court appointed, or waive your right and represent yourself, Mr. Corbin? Okay, you're kind of cutting in and out, so I didn't hear what you said. You're wanting to apply, did you say? We are just not hearing you at all, Mr. Corbin.
Sorry, I've got it unmuted. Can you hear me?
Well, you're still cutting out, but I'm at least hearing you. Are you wanting to apply for an attorney or hire an attorney or waive your right to attorney?
I'm going to hire.
Well, I am just not hearing you. Is there any chance you could, I don't know, sometimes if you step outside, are you on a computer or a cell phone? Your phone? Do you think if you stepped to a different location, you might not have as much interference? I'm going to need you. Okay, I'm going to need to either have you go to another location and call back where maybe you have better reception. You could even go to the courthouse in El Dorado. I don't know how long it would take you to get there, but at least I'm going to have enough connection that I can communicate with you. For some reason, it's just not working.
Can you hear me now?
No, it is just too staticky. Why don't you try to call back? Missy, do you have any other suggestions?
You can try that first, the calling back to see if it's just a bad connection. Otherwise, it would be the service.
Which means?
The like if he's on Wi-Fi or just the data.
Okay, he'd have to go somewhere else.
Somewhere else, yes.
Okay. All right. So you can, as she just said, if you can hear us. Can you hear us okay, Mr. Corbin? Or are we all cutting choppy too? Okay. Well, try to call back. I'm going to recess your case right now and let you try to get your signal better because this isn't going to work for us. We'll be in recess. And then deputy, do we have anybody else in court security?
No, we do not.
Really? Wow, that surprises me. Well, let's move on then. Let's take up Dexter Adams on the record in 2025, TR 558, State of Kansas versus Dexter Adams. Jared Regier for the state. Dexter Adams, are you here? Dexter Adams was to appear on a citation and uniform notice to appear. And charges of defective tail lamp, driving while license was suspended. The citation that was given to him personally told him to be here today at 9 a.m. Mr. Regier, recommendations?
Your Honor, in this matter, the state is requesting a bench warrant, 1,000 cash or surety. This is a case where my office did file an amended information on May 13th of this year. I do not know if the court is aware of it, but that same amended information would appear to dismiss count 1 while retaining count 2, driving while suspended, a Class B misdemeanor.
Very well. A bench warrant is issued. Bond is set at 10,000 cash or surety.
Forgive me, Your Honor, the state's request is 1,000 cash or surety.
I thought that's what I said. It's certainly what I meant. So it is 1,000 cash or surety.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. We'll now take Danielle Tucker on the record in 2025, TR 590, State of Kansas versus Danielle Leanne Tucker. Jared Regier for the state. Ms. Tucker appearing in person and pro se. Can you hear me, Ms. Tucker?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. This is your first appearance, and in count 1, you're charged with improper stop or turn signal. That is an infraction that carries a fine only of $75 and 108 court costs, no jail time. Count 2 charges. Let's see, you have an amended complaint, so let me look at this. Count 1, improper stop lane, was dismissed on May 15th of 2025 by the state. Count 2, no driver's license in possession, was dismissed by the state. So you're looking at count 3, driving on March 18th, 2025 in Butler County, Kansas with no proof of insurance. This is a Class B non-person misdemeanor. The fine can be anywhere from at least $300 to $1,000, and the sentence could be up to 6 months. Let's see. You may be able to qualify for the county attorney's diversion program. Have you been hearing me talk about that?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you want to look into that?
Yes, ma'am.
Because if you can get proof that you have insurance now and follow their requirements, you may be able to get this dismissed and off your record.
Okay.
I will. Now, I'm not gonna play around. If you want diversion, you get in there and you get diversion. Don't delay
Yes.
like you've seen others do.
Of course.
I'll set this for controlled docket September 18, but that gives you plenty of time to get that dismissed and off the docket.
Okay.
So September 18th at, I'm sorry, let's make that, I don't know where I picked that date. Let's go with September 24th at 9. No, yeah, that's what we want, isn't it, Destiny?
It is, Your Honor. I was gonna ask you just to make sure.
Yeah, it's like, what am I doing here? September 24th, 9 a.m. Now, if you're diverted, you won't have to be back here. And if you come back and you should have been diverted, I'll be cranky because you didn't get it done by then. Okay, now then you also may need to get your picture and prints taken. Let's look at that. Yes, it's a B misdemeanor. So please go into a breakout room when it flashes on your screen with court security too. The bond will be 1,000 OR. You won't have to put that money up unless you fail to come to court, but you do need to go out and get those pictures and prints done right away.
Of course.
All right. Anything further, Mr. Regier?
No, Your Honor.
Very well. We'll be in recess on Tucker and she'll need to go into the breakout room. Thank you, Ms. Tucker. Let's take up Jordan Vaughn. We'll be on the record now in 2025 TR 531, State of Kansas versus Jordan Lynn Vaughn. Jared Regier for the state. Defendant Ms. Vaughn appears in person and pro se. Can you hear me, Ms. Vaughn?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you. You are here for first appearance.
Yes.
You were issued a citation, but it looks like this county attorney. No, you didn't file an information, did you, Mr. Regier, or an amendment?
The state is not aware of any amended charging documents in this file, Your Honor.
Very well. So, Ms. Vaughn, in count one, you're accused of speeding 91 and a 65. A traffic infraction that does not carry jail time, but a scheduled fine if you were to be convicted in court costs. Count two, operating a motor vehicle without proof of liability insurance. A B misdemeanor, the fine could be $300 to $1,000 and up to 6 months in the county jail. If you did have insurance, but just didn't have proof of it, you can get that to the county attorney and they may dismiss that. But if in fact, just to happen that you didn't have insurance, you may be able to apply for diversion. Well, you can apply for diversion. From what I can see, you have something on your record for traffic, but it looks quite old. About 11 years, so you may qualify, I don't know. Are you interested in diversion? Where
If
you
I
would
do,
pay-
if I
Yeah.
don't do, sorry. If I don't do diversion, is it possible that my license could be suspended?
Well, Topeka controls all of that through Department of Revenue,
Mhm.
but they do make you file what's called an SR 23. I think you have to provide proof every month of insurance. It goes down as a Class B misdemeanor on your record. You could have jail time, although probation is usually granted. There is the minimum $300 fine. But you have the right to plead not guilty and set it for trial. You can plead guilty and proceed with sentencing today, or you could plead no contest, which doesn't admit it, but it doesn't deny it. You'd still be found guilty and proceed with sentencing. You still live in Kansas?
I do.
Well, what's this Cedric County doing? Okay, I don't know. All I'm seeing is the current traffic and the 2014 speeding. I see some civil incidentals on here that I don't think would have an effect on you. But I don't know. Do you want to look into it or not?
I'll look into the diversion, yeah.
All right, so I will set you. There's well, September 20. September 24th, 9 a.m. That's going to be so far away. I don't want you to forget that you have court. But if you get in there and get your diversion started, and you may not have to even come back on that date. You will need to get your picture and prints taken, so go into the breakout room with the officer. Your bond is set at 1,000 OR. If you decide, if you don't get the diversion and you decide you want to apply for a court-appointed attorney, contact the courthouse and do that right away. Don't delay. Of course, you can always hire an attorney. I don't know if I'm correctly sensing some apprehension that maybe I need to answer some questions for you.
Do I have to pay anything today, or is that what the diversion does?
When you apply for diversion, there is a diversion fee. Now, you don't have to necessarily do that today, but they can't process your diversion without the payment. Are you going to need some time to come up with the diversion payment? Is that part of the worry? I know a lot of people have that worry.
Is it a lot usually? How do you know how much your diversion payment will be?
If you go to that website, bucoks.com, it will tell you what it's not cheap. There is an application fee, and then there is another fee if you're accepted. And I keep meaning to look that up because I hear that question a lot, and it may be well over $100 each time. I'm not sure. But as far as payment of your $300 fine and your court costs of $108, I believe they give you some time to pay that over the course of the diversion, but you will have to put some up front. Do you want me to recess your case and let you go online and look at that and then bring your case back up later in this docket?
What does that mean?
Well,
Does that?
That means I can take a break and let you go look up the website and then call your case again in an hour or so and see if you want diversion or if you've decided it's definitely not for you. It should answer the questions about how much it costs and when the money's due. You want to do that? Do you have access to this?
Yeah, I need to look into it because the money thing's gonna mess me up.
Well, I understand. So, all right, well, I'm gonna recess your case. Go ahead and go into the breakout room with the officer and get your picture and prints appointment set up. Then go online and I'll call your case here in a little bit again.
The breakout room.
It'll pop up on your screen. And do you have the website for diversion? Did you write that down? It's short for Butler County, Kansas. bucoks.com.
Yeah, I have that.
Okay, but right now look for Missy to put invitation to a breakout room and deputy $1,000 OR. She won't put the money up unless she fails to come to court, of course.
$1,000 OR.
Okay, all right, there you go. Look for that on your screen. Now then. Mr. Corbin, can you unmute? Tell me if your reception's any better. Click that little red microphone with the line through it.
All right.
I think you're all right too. Let's go back on the record to Corbin 2024 TR 3051. Again, it's State of Kansas versus Justin Allen Corbin with Jared Regier for the state. Defendant Mr. Corbin appearing in person and pro se. Oh, now my computer wants to give me difficulty.
Gotta love technology.
Yes, you do. Sometimes it's my fault, though. Corbin, I believe we'd gone over your charges. Count one, driving while suspended after prior conviction being an A misdemeanor. Mandatory must serve 5 days up to a year and up to a $2,500 fine. Count two, driving without insurance, a B misdemeanor. Minimum required fine of $300 up to $1,000 and up to 6 months possible jail sentence. And count three, expired tag, an unclassified misdemeanor, fine could be as high as $2,500. Sentence could be 30 days to 6 months. And then we were talking about whether you wanted to hire an attorney, apply for court appointed, or represent yourself. And that's where I was having trouble understanding your response. Your response to that issue?
I think I'm gonna look into getting an attorney on my own. I do have some questions about my counts.
Okay.
The summons that I got that you guys sent me. Count one, it says on or about the second day of August. The dates are all wrong on my paperwork. And on count one, it has Butler County, Kansas, Malcolm Lamar Roberts.
Okay, is that the one you got in March? Because
It's on both of them that I've received. The first one was for juvenile court. So that's how I ended up getting rescheduled to this date. But on both paperworks, it's got somebody else's name on the count one.
Yes, it does. Mr. Regier, you might want to work on that. I'm just looking at the alias summons and it says exactly what Mr. Corbin says it does. On at least one of the counts. Now,
And it even goes as far as being Sedgwick County District Court case.
hold on. No, that may be right. Count one reads that on or about the second day of August, 2024, in Butler County, Kansas, Malcolm Lamar Roberts did then and there unlawfully operate a motor vehicle upon a highway of this state, while such person's privilege to drive a motor vehicle is canceled, suspended, or revoked, and after having been previously convicted of driving while suspended, to wit on the 14th day of March 2022 in Cedric County District Court. What that means is that your prior conviction, yours or Malcolm Roberts, whichever the case may be, the prior conviction took place in Cedric County District Court. So that may or may not be an error. I don't know. But your case definitely needs some attention as far as grammatical issues. Now, count three does allege that Justin Allen Corbin on July 26th of 24 drove with expired tags. So
Yeah, that stuff is all correct. It was that first count that has nothing to do with me. So
okay.
I don't.
Mr. Regier, we're going to give you a chance to speak if you wish.
Your Honor, the state considers information filed with the court the controlling document in this matter insofar the charges are concerned. While the state does acknowledge there appears to be a slight grammatical error with respect to count one of the alias summons, the information filed with the court on November 18th, 2024 does appear accurate from the state's perspective.
All right, so Mr. Corbin, there is an official charging document called an information, and you should have that.
I do not.
All right, we need to make sure you have a copy of that because here's what your official's charges are, and I think I have gone over those with you.
Yes, ma'am.
The driving while suspended, the no proof of insurance, and the tag. That document is apparently accurate from what Mr. Regier says. And they do allege that all of these happened on July 26th of 24 in Butler County, Kansas. And it is alleging that you had a prior conviction for driving while suspended.
Yeah, and that's another reason why.
Hang on. It alleges your prior was in Butler County. So all of that needs corrected. All of that in your summons is a mess. Just put it bluntly. But your information, as Mr. Regier said, is the document they're going by, and that's what they're holding against you.
Okay.
Now, you have the right to hire an attorney if you decide that you want to apply for court appointed. you can contact the courthouse, get an application as soon as possible and fill that out and turn that in.
No, I'll have to get my own attorney. I won't qualify.
All right, well, make sure you do that sooner rather than later. Unfortunately, I don't have another available docket until Monday, September 8th. So you're going to have to be back here with your hired attorney, September 8th, 2025 at 9 a.m. and that will be by Zoom again.
Okay. I do have a question. So I did all the stuff to get my driver's license suspension lifted and it's hung up somewhere. I don't know. I can't figure out where the hang up is.
The attorney can help you do that. That's what attorneys are good at doing, is helping you figure that out.
Okay, that was the other reason why I figured I probably ought to go that direction. That way I can hopefully maybe get that knocked off. And I do have insurance. I just didn't have it with me. So.
Okay, the attorney can help you get that probably dismissed. Now,
Okay.
you're appearing on a alias summons. You will need to go in the breakout room and I'm going to give you let's see. I'm going to give you a 2,500 OR bond. You won't have to put up any money unless you fail to come to court. So you go into that breakout room and set up a time to get your picture and prints taken so they don't have to go out and arrest you. September 8th, 9 a.m. bond 2,500 OR. And you're hiring an attorney. Anything else you need to cover, Mr. Corbin?
No, ma'am. I think that's it.
All right, Mr. Regier, anything further?
Not from the state.
Okay, then look for that breakout room and we'll be in recess.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. On the record in 2025, TR 604, State of Kansas versus Paris Dawn Bryan. Paris Dawn Bryan fails to appear. 1 count of registration. Registration violation, having been issued a citation and uniform notice to appear for this date, June 25th at 9 a.m. Recommendations, Mr. Regier?
Your Honor, the state is seeking a $500 bench warrant for the reasons previously stated on the record. I believe the court has already referred to the notice to appear date on the ticket.
Bench warrant will issue, bond will be set at $500.
And is that cash or surety, Your Honor?
That will be cash or professional surety.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Ms. Bond, did you have a chance to look at diversion yet? You're
Website that you gave me, and there's a link that says to apply for diversion, but it says not found. So it says we're sorry, but there's not a web page matching your entry.
all right. You went to BUCOKS. Did you go to county attorney and then diversion? That might be the link.
Yeah, so that's it. And then I go hit, apply for diversion, and then I get this warning message here, so no help. I don't know.
I don't either. Call the county attorney at 316-321-6999 and see if they can walk through that. There's a diversion officer. I'm just trying to avoid setting this clear out to September 24th. If diversion's not an option, then we need to know that. So call them real quick.
Your Honor,
Mr. Regier?
is the court, the state understands that the court is already continuing matters out approximately 3 months in all these matters. Is the court really going to take more time on the record today for a prospective matter where the defendant has not even submitted a diversion application, apparently based off the record?
Yes.
Very well, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Vaughn, I'm giving you one more chance to call. We are now on the record in 2023 TR 3418, State of Kansas versus Bonnie Bell DeLeo. Jared Regier for the state, Bonnie Bell DeLeo fails to appear. Last time Bonnie Bell DeLeo was here, she said that she was applying for diversion on speeding and no proof of insurance. She is on bond. $1,000. This is a 2023 case. The court issues a bond forfeiture for the $1,000 bond she posted on her own recognizance April 5th, 2025. And because of the age of the case, I'm issuing a no bond hold. Bench warrant, no bond hold. Bond forfeiture, bench warrant, no bond hold. No insurance. Speeding, we need to get this resolved. All right, we will now be on the record in, who else do I have on here? Rusty Fuller. On the record in 2024 TR 3099, State of Kansas versus Russell Sean Fuller. Jared Regier for the state. Russell Fuller appearing in person and pro se.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
I would like to ask for one more small extension.
Well, let's see. Let me look at your history real quick. You were here in March and you asked that it be set over for today. Unfortunately, sir, I don't have small extensions. My docket is, as you're hearing, 90 days out, and that's why I'm trying to be creative here to keep things from going on and on and on. Your case is a 2024 case dating back allegedly occurring on November 27 of 24. Improper driving on a laned roadway, no insurance, expired tag, but there was an amended information filed dismissing the failure to maintain lane. Also dismissing the registration. So the only charge against you at this time is alleging that on November 27, 2024, you drove without proof of insurance. You have not hired or applied for court-appointed attorney.
Which I am going to do. I just recently moved from Iowa to Texas, and that relocation of my family was quite expensive, and my focus was on that, and I lost track of the need to hire an attorney to take care of this. And that is my intention.
Well, if I give you the request you're seeking, this case will be almost a year old and we've done nothing on it. Because it allegedly happened, as I said, in November of 24. I will have to continue this to September 24th, which is almost October, a month shy of your 1-year anniversary that you haven't taken care of this no insurance charge. We need to get this resolved.
Yes, ma'am.
By hiring an attorney, are you going to set this for trial, or will you intend to make that decision after you talk to the attorney?
I will make that decision after consulting an attorney.
All right, and you've had a year almost, you will have had a year to do that almost. And you're in Texas now?
Yes, ma'am.
And Your Honor,
Mr. Regier?
If the court has not already ruled on the defense's apparent request for a continuance in this matter, the state does request the opportunity to be heard.
Go ahead, please.
Your Honor, based off my notes from the hearing over 3.5 months ago on March 5th, before this court, it would appear the prospective it would appear that the court did enter a not guilty plea, and the court did enter certain orders concerning booking and bond. I do have an affidavit from the jail, which would appear to indicate that as of June 12th, 2025, the defendant failed to report to the Butler County Detention Facility as directed by the court to be processed and released. So if the court is going to entertain this prospective request for continuance, it would appear this court is giving the defendant a very wide latitude.
Well, he should have had a warrant issued for his failure to appear at booking as ordered.
Your Honor, may I address the court?
You can.
Ma'am, I did not know that that was an appearance. I was under the impression that it was to get fingerprinted. I tried to explain that I was in Iowa at the time and it was going to take 7 hours to get to you guys to be able to do that. And with my job, that was just near impossible.
When I give an order, it's not an option. When I give you a date to appear, you are to appear.
Yes, ma'am. I understand.
You've dragged this case out for quite some time. You've ignored my orders. I am not inclined to trust you to do what you tell me you're going to do.
Ma'am, I did not ignore your orders. I would not
Yes,
do
you
that.
did. You weren't out there when I told you. That officer is acting as an agent when I tell him to set the date. You did ignore my order. Now, normally when I get that notice that you didn't appear when you were told to, we have a warrant for failure to appear. At least a contempt citation.
And I'm willing to pay the price for the contempt, ma'am.
Well, that could be up to you in the county jail. There's no
Well-
set limit on what time you either pay a fine or you go to jail, and there's no limit as to what your penalties could be.
Okay, well, I was unaware of that. My intention was to try to right that wrong. I did not understand that it was an order to appear, as my understanding was that it was for me to go get fingerprinted. And when I pulled up Google Maps to do that, I saw 7 hours and I was like, how am I going to do that? And that's just one way.
So you just decided you weren't going to do it, even though the judge ordered you to do it.
No, ma'am, that's not. I tried to call back, and twice, as a matter of fact, and I got lost in the shuffle. And my position at the time was so hectic that I lost track, and I should have followed up to ask for options on what I could do since I couldn't travel that far, given my work. And so if I had that to do over again, I would have done that. My apologies.
So you were in Iowa, now you're in Texas.
Yes, ma'am.
You totally skipped traveling through Kansas to keep your appointment and get your picture and prints ordered as Kansas law requires. The state has dismissed 2 of your 3 charges, and you still haven't taken any efforts to deal with the charge that you incurred in November of 24.
I've just been waiting to get my family established in our new location, to have the excess money to be able to hire an attorney to resolve this matter. And again, that is my intention, and I am close. That's why I was only asking for 30 days, but I understand after hearing those before me that it's a little longer than that. But I'll work with whatever time frame that you allow me to. This month is the last month that I really am in a crunch time.
Any recommendations, Mr. Regier, on how to proceed with this defendant's request?
Your Honor, it would appear, based off of the jail affidavit, that the defendant thus far has been in violation of court orders. The state understands this court traditionally adopts certain approaches in those types of situations, and the state is not aware of any legal reason to deviate from the request. Additionally, it would appear that in the 3.5 months since the last hearing, the defendant, by his own statements on the record, has found it possible to relocate to the state of Texas, however, not to fulfill court orders insofar as the state of Kansas is concerned.
May I address the court?
Please.
I understand how that may appear. I want to convey that in relocating from one municipality to another across the country.
Whoa. We're not talking municipality. We're talking state law here, sir.
No, I'm just saying I worked for a municipality and I was transferred to Texas for another one. And with as involved as that career move is, and then relocating a family across the country for the second time, my thought process was in a place of trying to get those things situated. And my mind was not on a no insurance violation. That is true. But I ask that you take those things into consideration, and where my perspective was, I would never disrespect the court.
But you did.
Well, that was not my intention, ma'am.
What do you do for the city in Texas? Which city are you in?
I am a park operations superintendent.
For a city in Texas?
Yes, ma'am.
And what do you suggest I do, sir? I've asked the state. What's your suggestion? Just forgive you and give you whatever date is available?
Not necessarily, ma'am. My suggestion is that that y'all would understand the scenario that I was in, and that it was not a blatant choice to disrespect the court. That and I just need 30 more days. I can hire an attorney, and then I can resolve this matter. I don't know if I can do that without having to go to court in September or whatever that might be. If my lawyer can approach the court and handle this, that would be best case scenario.
Oh, Mr. Fuller, keep in mind, your lawyer has to be legally able to practice in Kansas. Just keep that in mind.
Yes, ma'am. I've been looking online and sorting through some, and I saw on the website that there are some attorneys that are posted there. I just need to research them a little further. It wasn't going to do me much good until I expected at least $500.
30 days. Let's see. July 23rd, I have 30 slots filled with 37 defendants. July 30th, I have 30 slots filled with 43 defendants. July 16th, 30 slots filled with 35 defendants. And of course, they're going to put more in there between now and then. More activity will happen. More people will get into trouble, and they're going to have to put some emergencies in there. So when I give you a setting, you really have to do what you're supposed to do during that setting.
Yes, ma'am, I understand.
Can't just keep continuing these. All right, I am going to make you, and I apologize in advance to the clerk and to the county attorney, I am going to make you number 38 in a slot of 30 for July 23rd. July 23rd, 9 a.m., you and your attorney better have this worked out with the county attorney or have it set for trial on my trial docket at a later date or an earlier date. I do not expect your attorney to come in here and say, Judge, I've just been retained and I need this set over. I want resolution. If you need a trial, your attorney needs to get with the court and we need to get you a trial date. My trial dockets are just as full, but we'll get you a trial date. Do not keep dragging this case out. Now, I am going to give you one more time to set your picture and prints because Kansas law requires me to do that.
Yes, ma'am.
And if you do not keep this appointment, now you've got me saying appointment.
Yeah.
If you do not keep this appearance, I'll make sure you're at the next time. I'll make sure you get here.
Ma'am, is it a requirement to be physically on site in order to do that? Okay.
Yep. Yes, sir, it is.
Your
All
Honor,
right, go into deputy.
does he need to show up here in person to make sure that he's gonna get that done on that court date?
Absolutely. Well, I want him to get his pictures and prints taken. Absolutely. I will, if he keeps his obligation to get his picture and prints taken in person, I will still let him and his attorney appear by Zoom.
Okay.
Normally I wouldn't. Normally I'd tell you, see, Mr. Fuller, normally I'd tell you Zoom hearings are off. You have to be here in person every single time. But if you keep your obligation, if you fulfill your obligation to be here and get those picture and prints taken when the officers tell you to, I will let you and your attorney appear by Zoom.
I appreciate that.
Yes,
You
I'm gonna set it up
understand?
next week.
You don't have your attorney, you make sure when you hire your attorney, he understands or she understands the urgency of getting this matter resolved.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, anything further from anyone?
Your Honor, is the court maintaining its 3-month-old orders concerning bond in this matter?
What was the previous bond?
Based off my notes, Your Honor, the court again granted this defendant significant latitude and authorized a $1,000 own recognizance bond.
Well, I'm inclined to make him put up a cash or surety. But I'm going to give you, I'm going to give you this last chance because I'm going to see if your word is worth what you're telling me it is.
And it is. And
I haven't seen it so far, but I'm going to just give you this opportunity to prove to me that I can start trusting you in ways that I haven't been able to yet in taking care of these matters.
yes, ma'am.
So we'll leave it at, yes, I'll leave it at the 3-month-old bond. Even though he didn't keep his commitment to me, I'll keep it at that. 7:23, 9 a.m. But I suggest if you hire an attorney that he get with the county attorney and try to resolve this in any way they need to resolve it. I see both deputies have a question or a comment.
Yeah, are you gonna put him back in a breakout room with court security too, so he can line up that time for,
Absolutely. And I don't want any excuses. I want it done, Mr. Fuller.
Yes, ma'am.
You've already used a lot of time this morning that we don't have, so let's get things done and get them done more timely than what we've done so far. Yes,
Yes,
Deputy.
ma'am.
Look for that breakout room and click on it.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Okay, Dan Wilson, let's take you up. You have 2 cases on my docket, Mr. Wilson. Let's take a look at those.
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yes, the first case I'm prepared to, the 2023 docket. I'm
Hold up. Let me take charge if you don't mind.
so sorry.
Okay. We're on the record in 23 TR 3070 and 2025 TR 527, each caption State of Kansas versus Daniel John Trustin Wilson, Jared Regier appearing for the state, defendant Mr. Wilson appearing in person and pro se in both cases. Mr. Wilson in 25 TR 527. I show that you are appearing pursuant to a Kansas Highway Patrol citation with no uniform notice to appear today. I see you called in yesterday saying you needed to move your court date.
We can go ahead and can keep going
Hang
today
on.
if you want, ma'am.
And in that, since it is your first appearance, I will go over your charges and your rights with you. You have 1 count. It's called operating a motor vehicle without proof of liability insurance on March 7, 2025 in Butler County. If you had insurance on that date and just couldn't find it for the officer, get that to the county attorney and they'll probably dismiss it. But if in fact you did not have insurance while you were operating your motor vehicle, then you are looking at a Class B misdemeanor. And the penalties include a fine of at least $300 to $1,000 and up to 6 months in the county jail. If you had a prior conviction for that charge within the last 3 years, it becomes a Class A misdemeanor and the penalties increase drastically. But for now, it's charged as a first offense. Then we'll go back to the prior charge, 2023 TR 3070. You are charged with operating a motor vehicle without proper registration on September 8th of 2023 in Butler County, Kansas. This is, as you've been told before, an unclassified misdemeanor. The penalties include up to $2,500 possible fine and a sentence possible of 30 days to 6 months. Your first appearance on this 23 case, this case that was filed in 2023, was on May 15th of 2024, a year ago. You failed to appear. You came August 28th to 24. You were going to look into diversion, and your case was set for September 20th. September 20th, you said you had filed for diversion, but you were waiting on the decision from the county attorney, so it was set over to March of 2025. March 5th of 2025.
I had to be with somebody in surgery.
You were here by Zoom and set it over to June 25th at 9. Today is June 25th. You called yesterday saying you needed to move your court date.
Yes, ma'am. I had gotten served with some papers here in Sedgwick County on Friday for it. That's why the short notice. But I am prepared for the 23 to go ahead and dispose of that one today. I'd like to pursue for the case, the 25, the one from March of this year, I'd like to discuss with the county attorney to see with a diversion or whatever options we might have there.
Well, I'm not going to continue it again for diversion. You've had plenty of time to do that. You've had a year to do that, and you haven't.
No, ma'am. I think you're misunderstanding me. The diversion is for the insurance ticket. I'm prepared to dispose of the
All right.
license ticket today.
All right, well, let's address 2023 TR 3070. How do you wish to proceed? Are you going to hire an attorney, apply for attorney, or represent yourself?
Represent myself, ma'am.
And is anyone making you waive your right to an attorney and represent yourself in this matter today?
No, ma'am.
Then I will have the record reflect that you've knowingly and voluntarily waived your right to counsel. In 2023 TR 3070, how do you wish to plead at this time?
No contest, Your Honor.
By pleading no contest, you do not want to admit that you drove without registration on September 8th, 2023 in Butler County, but you don't want to deny it and take it to trial?
Correct, ma'am. I can provide extenuating circumstances on that if you're interested, but
Do you want to take it to trial and present those circumstances, or do you want to proceed with the no contest? You're,
I guess we could take it to trial and present the extenuating circumstances.
all right, I'm going to enter a plea of not guilty to you on both these cases. I'm going to set them for trial. You better be ready for trial on
Yes,
both of
ma'am.
them. You're not going to keep dragging these out.
No, ma'am.
Your bench trial for both of these cases. And there's a difference between extenuating circumstances and legal defenses. So you better make sure you know the difference if you're going
Yes,
to
ma'am.
represent yourself. My next available trial is not until August 20th at 1:30.
Okay.
And if you're going to have an attorney, you better have your attorney here. Otherwise, I'm going to consider that you've waived your right to attorney.
Yes,
You've
ma'am.
been told that you can hire an attorney. You've been told you can apply for court appointed, or you can waive attorney and represent yourself. That's true on both these cases.
Yes, ma'am.
If you're wanting to apply for court appointed on the insurance, you better tell me now, because otherwise, I'm going to presume you're proceeding without an attorney on both of these at trial.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, are you going to have an attorney or not?
No, ma'am. I don't have a plan to right now.
You understand you can hire one, and if you cannot afford to hire an attorney, you can't apply for court appointed. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And knowing that, you wish to waive your right, or do you wish to hire or apply?
I'm going to waive my right to an attorney.
All right. I'm going to have that noted on the record in the docket notes and the journal entry on both cases. He's waiving his right to an attorney. Don't expect to show up here and tell me at the last minute you want a court-appointed attorney, Mr. Wilson, because if you
No,
want
ma'am.
an attorney, you ask now. You've used a lot of time over the last year or two on these cases,
Yes,
or
ma'am.
at least the one. The other one
Just
is
the one.
the one is more recent, but now is your time to speak if you want an attorney on driving without insurance.
If I do end up getting an attorney and hiring it myself, do I need to say that right now? As of right now, I intend to represent myself, but I may end up getting an attorney myself. I
All
don't
right.
intend to pursue a court-appointed attorney at all.
All right, well, if you decide you need a court appointed, you get it done well before that trial. So the attorney doesn't show up and say, I just got hired and I need a continuance.
Yes, ma'am. Will do.
I am not going to let you drag this 25 one out the way you've dragged out your 23 one.
No, ma'am. I didn't want to drag out the 23 one at all. I apologize that I had to last time.
Now, you need to go into a breakout room. I'm going to set your bond at 1,500 OR. And you better keep the appointment, the appointment. You better keep the commitment that they give you for when to appear on there.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Regier, anything further?
Your Honor, for purposes of the record, is the court finding that at least at this juncture, the defendant has waived his right to counsel in both the 2023 and the 2025 case?
I am showing that he has waived his right to counsel and he has declined the opportunity to apply for court appointed in both of them.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further from the state.
All right, look for that breakout room, Mr. Wilson. And did I give him his, yeah, I gave him his trial date.
Yes, ma'am. I'm waiting for the breakout room right now.
All right, thank you, sir. You are released upon getting the commitment for when to get those picture and prints taken.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I
All right.
apologize, Your Honor. I missed the trial date. What was it again?
It was the August 20th
Okay.
for both. All right, Jordan Vaughn, back on the record in 2025 TR 531, State of Kansas versus Jordan Lynn Vaughn. Miss Vaughn, have you had a chance to find out what you needed to about diversion and decide if you're going to pursue that?
It says since I was going 20 miles per hour over the speed limit that I'm ineligible, so I cannot apply for diversion.
All right. Do you wish to hire an attorney, apply for court appointed, or waive attorney and represent yourself?
I probably make too much to get an assisted one, and I don't have enough to pay for one, so no attorney.
Wish to waive your right to an attorney and not apply for court appointed?
If I apply for court appointed, does that mean I have to be eligible, like financially?
Yes.
Which I'm gonna be over because I make 42 a month.
Okay.
So no
All right.
attorney.
Okay, so you want to waive your right to attorney? Is that what you're telling me? I'm not wanting to put words in your mouth.
Yeah.
But you know that you can hire an attorney or you can apply for a court appointed and see if you qualify. Do you understand that?
I do understand.
And knowing that, you wish to waive your right to an attorney and represent yourself?
Yes.
Is anyone making you waive your right to an attorney today?
No.
Then I will accept your waiver as knowingly and voluntarily made and have the record reflect both in the journal entry and the docket notes that you have waived your right to an attorney. Do you wish to continue a not guilty plea and have this matter of speeding 91 in the 65 and driving without insurance set for trial? Or do you wish to enter a plea of guilty and proceed to sentencing, or do you want to plead no contest, which means, again, you don't admit, but you don't want to deny the charges and take them to trial either?
When you say sentencing, does that mean I'm like I would automatically be required to be sentenced?
Well, if you're found guilty, you'll need to be sentenced, yes. Sentencing will be determine your consequences, whether what you find, what your sentence is, whether it's granted probation. Those types of things are sentencing matters.
Do either one of, does it require jail time?
Well, the insurance usually involves jail time, but probation is usually granted. But I can't promise you what your sentence would be.
I did pay a fee to provide the insurance because I didn't have insurance at the time, but I did pay a fee online and I gave proof of insurance on that matter. So for the speeding ticket, that wouldn't be jail time though, right?
Speeding ticket does not carry any jail time. It is a traffic infraction. Now, even if you get probation, if you violate your probation, it can be revoked and you can still serve your jail time later on if you violate your probation.
Probation is just drug testing and stuff.
Well, it's an individual process. It usually involves at least seeing a probation officer and paying your fines and costs and a list of other things that probation will go over with you. You sure you don't want to talk to an attorney?
I can't afford one.
Have you tried?
I already know they're out of my price range.
All right. All right, just give me a chance to think about it. But I do need to know how you want to proceed on this.
If I do no contest, does that mean I have like another chance to go to trial
No,
or look into it further?
no contest means that you're not admitting it, you're not denying it, you're basically standing mute. You'd still most likely be found guilty and proceed with sentencing, even though you're not admitting it, because you're not fighting it, you'd still be found guilty.
I'm not worried about the speeding, but I'm worried about the license and possibly being sentenced in jail.
Well, since you've waived your right to counsel, I could invite Mr. Regier to visit with you about that. I can't compel him to, and it would be up to him to tell you if he wants to negotiate a plea with you or not. Sometimes he does, sometimes he doesn't. That's his call to make based on his reasoning. How old are you?
28, 29.
29.
I lost count.
Okay. Well, tell me what you'd like to do.
Well, if I delay it, I'll be in the same boat. And it'll be one of those things where I've seen with the other people, it just gets dragged on. And I just like to get things handled, done, and out of the way.
Mr. Regier, would you be inclined to take a short, brief breakout room and make any negotiation attempts with her or not?
Your Honor, the state's understanding is the court has already taken up a significant amount of time on this matter this morning. What I would tell the court is, in exchange for pleas to both cases, the state would be prepared to recommend minimal fines and non-reporting probation. However, that would be contingent on a plea to both counts being entered during today's docket.
So he's saying what he usually recommends is minimal. It would be a $300 fine, that court costs of $108 plus the speeding ticket, and then 120-day suspended jail sentence with 6 months non-reporting probation.
And Your Honor, that is how the state would be prepared to proceed, provided that such a plea offer would be entered in today's docket.
On today's docket, that's right.
I'm gonna have to buy myself more time, so I'm gonna have to just go no contest on it.
Plead no
I can't
contest.
go to jail. I can't take the chance of going to jail. I'm a provider, so I can't.
All right, so I'm not sure I understand. This is what he will recommend. I don't have to follow it, but I generally do. This is what he's going to recommend if you plead no contest and are found guilty today. Do you mean you want to do that or you don't? I'm not clear. You
No.
don't want to do it. You want to take it to trial.
I'm not saying not guilty, just not contest.
Okay, so you're pleading no contest.
Right.
Okay, so today you still want to waive your right to an attorney and represent yourself. Is that right?
Mm, no.
What do you want to do then?
I'm gonna have to look into options of attorney so I don't go to jail.
Well, again, he's not recommending you go to jail. He's recommending a 120-day sentence, but suspend it as long as you're successful on a non-reporting probation for 6 months. Those conditions usually are, don't violate any laws for 6 months, pay your fines and costs within a reasonable period of time. And if you haven't gotten your picture and prints taken on that insurance, you'll need to do it. But I think you did. No, you didn't. So those would be the 3 things you'd have to do to keep from going to jail under what he's proposing. And what he's offering you is what he does pretty much anyone else that is in a similar situation without a history of offenses.
So I'll only go to jail if I violate probation.
Under the proposal that he said he would make if you took care of this today.
Does everything have to be, does it have to all be paid in full by today?
No.
Um, that's so scary. I'll just have to plead guilty. Even if I get an attorney, I have no proof showing that I wasn't speeding. So that's it.
I thought you can plead no contest, not admitting or denying, but still knowing you'd be found guilty. So now you're
Yeah.
going to admit you did it, or you want to maintain the no contest?
If I no contest, I have another court hearing, right?
No. No. A defendant can plead guilty, admitting the charge. They can plead guilty, admitting it. They can plead not guilty and we go to trial. Not guilty says I didn't do it, guilty says I did do it. No contest says, I don't want to admit I did it. I don't want to go to trial. I'm going to stand mute. I'm going to say nothing on my behalf. But the county attorney will say, this is what she did, and the court will probably find you guilty. So even though you're not admitting it, you'd still be found guilty today. There'd be no coming back. If you found guilty, you'd be found guilty and we'd go to sentencing.
Okay, so it goes into their hands to make the decision either way. So no contest.
Is that your final answer?
Yes.
All right. You're waiving your right to counsel and representing yourself today. And you're pleading no contest to both speeding and insurance violation. So you're not admitting that you were speeding and you're not admitting that you were driving without insurance, but you're not going to fight it and take it to trial.
No.
You're not going to offer anything on your own behalf.
No.
And you know that you'll most likely be found guilty and will proceed to your sentencing today.
Yes.
All right. Is anyone making you enter this plea of no contest?
No.
This is what you want to do.
Yes.
All right. Well, I think we have discussed this more than any other plea I've probably ever seen. I think you do know what you're doing. You're hesitant, but it's what you want to do. So it is voluntary and you've weighed all your options. Mr. Regier, I find she's knowingly and voluntarily entered this no contest plea. If this were to go to trial, what do you believe the state's evidence would show, or what would you proffer?
Your Honor, if the court is satisfied that the defendant truly is entering a free and voluntary plea, this morning, again, the state does have some concerns in light of the prior statements on the record, but nevertheless, Were this case to proceed to trial, the state's evidence would show that on March 8th, 2025, a stop occurred on US 54 at milepost 237. The state's understanding is that it is within Butler County boundaries, slightly east of Augusta city limits. The state's evidence would further show that the officer measured the defendant's speed at 91 miles per hour, where the legal speed was 65 miles per hour using stalker radar. Additionally, pursuant to the court comments attached to the ticket, insofar as count 2 is concerned, the officer specifically noted that the defendant admitted during the stop that she had switched a policy and had no proof.
All right. At this time, I will find the defendant guilty based on the proffer and her plea. Mr. Regier, you've told us what you would recommend, but if you want to just to make that clear one more time.
Yes, Your Honor. At this time, the state is prepared to recommend the scheduled fine and court costs with respect to count 1. For count 2, the state is prepared to recommend the statutory minimum fine, 120 days suspension sentence subject to 6 months of non-reporting probation. It would appear that the booking requirement as required by statute for level of offense as dictated in count 2 was still outstanding. The state is not aware of any appearance bonds having been filed with the court in this case, and I will defer to the court as to any other orders the court may deem appropriate in this matter.
All right, we don't have to make any further comments about suggestions for sentencing before I tell you what your sentence is officially, which you're welcome to if you like, Ms. Ryan. Hearing nothing, I will proceed with sentencing. I understand you do have a residence in Wichita, Kansas. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Your sentence, Ms. Vaughn, on count 1 is the scheduled fine for speeding 91 and a 65, which is $159. $159. On count 2, the minimum fine required by Kansas law for driving without proof of insurance is $300. You also will have to pay court costs of $108. The total, as I roughly figure it here, is $567. I can give you time to pay that. How much time do you think you will need? If I give you 120 days or 4 months, would that be enough?
4 months will be enough.
All right. Condition number 1, 120 days to pay. Now, your sentence for driving without proof of insurance is 120 days in the Butler County Jail, but that is suspended. It's put on hold for 6 months. If you successfully complete 6 months of probation, you will not have to serve any jail time. Your 6 months probation will not make you report to a probation officer. But nevertheless, you're on probation for 6 months, and it has only 3 conditions. The first condition is do not violate any laws for the next 6 months. The next condition is to pay $567 within the next 120 days. The final condition is to go into a breakout room after you're through here with me, with court security too, and set up a time to get to Butler County and get your picture and prints taken. Deputy? You're muted, sir.
She's already set that up with me, so she's already scheduled to go out there later today.
Very good. So if you go out there and get that done and you don't violate any laws, the only other thing you have to do is get that paid within 120 days. And you can pay as you go. I would suggest you do. The clerk of the district court will tell you how you can pay online or if you can pay in person, if you can mail in your payment. I'm going to give you their number so you can call and figure all that out. The Butler County Clerk of the District Court's number is 316-322-4370. So get your picture and prints taken, don't violate any laws, and pay within 120 days. Make sure, though, that you keep your address current on your driver's license. If they haven't already contacted you, the Department of Revenue that handles driver's licenses may make you provide that SR 22, which is the proof, the ongoing proof that you have insurance. But that's outside of my jurisdiction, if you will. Just make sure you comply with that or you'll get your license suspended.
Okay.
Okay, any questions?
No.
All right. So it looks like you're free to go at this time, as long as you follow through on those three things.
Okay,
Anything-
thank you.
One
You're
final
welcome.
matter, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Review.
Your Honor, the state's understanding is that previously the court had considered a future hearing date in this matter. Does the court still consider that necessary in light of the proceedings and how this matter has concluded on the docket today?
That date is not necessary in light of how things have concluded today.
Thank you, Your
So you
Honor.
don't have to come back, Ms. Bond. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, you may go. You're welcome. All right.
Thanks.
I see someone on the screen. Are you an interpreter, sir?
No, my name is Cedric Simpson, and I have a hearing today.
At what
1:30.
time? All
You're
right.
1:30, ma'am.
Yeah. He's on
Okay.
next afternoon's docket.
Is it the same code as this one? He's on the traffic docket this afternoon?
Yep. Apparently so.
It is the same codes, Your Honor, but yeah, he's on the 1:30 bench trial docket.
All right, well, that hearing is 2 hours away. If the,
Oh, I'm sorry.
that's all right,
I'm
nothing to be sorry
Your
about.
Honor.
I just wanted to convenience you a little bit, let you know. You can sit there for 2 hours as far as I'm concerned, but I'm not sure our court administrator is going to keep the hearing open. She may reopen it.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
Thank
So
you,
if it-
Your Honor.
You're welcome. So if she disappears, you'll need to call back in closer to 1:30. Thank you. All right, let's go on the record, Mr. Regier, in 2024 TR 306, State of Kansas versus Diane De Leon. Jared Regier for the state. The defendant fails to appear. After being summoned on a driving while suspended after a prior conviction allegedly occurring January 28th of 2024.
And Your Honor, notwithstanding the age of the case, the state does acknowledge that the notice to appear date on the ticket appears to be from 2024. However, my office did file a summons with an appearance date of today's date and time, June 25th, 2025.
Well, I see you received service by residential tack down March 17th of 25, and the sheriff sent notification by mail as well.
Although none of the usual boxes are marked on the return, that does appear to be an accurate summation of the handwritten note, Your Honor.
The court finds legal notice given and the defendant fails to appear driving while suspended, second class A misdemeanor. Recommendation?
Your Honor, the state is requesting a bench warrant 2,500 cash or surety based off of the prior legal service per the court's finding, as well as the level of the charge currently before the court.
That is granted. Bench warrant, 2,500 cash or surety bond required. We'll now be on the record in 24 TR 3062, State of Kansas versus Melissa Jeanette Dockery. We sent out an alias summons apparently. Did we get service on that, Mr. Regier?
One moment, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Forgive me, Your Honor. A matter has been brought to my attention regarding this case. If I may request 30 seconds of the court's time.
That'd be fine.
Your Honor, this appears to be a case where both the summons and alias summons were previously filed with the court. I do not have a return in my file insofar as the summons is concerned. However, regarding the alias summons, which does appear to include today's date and time, June 24th, 2025 at 9 a.m. There does appear to be a handwritten notation on the return indicating that service was unsuccessful as of 3 months and 1 day to the day, with a handwritten notation stating, quote, doesn't live there per office per previous attempt.
Court's going to issue a bench warrant and set the bond at 3,000 cash or surety.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. We'll now be on the record 2025 TR 565, State of Kansas versus Danielle Johnson. Jared Regier for the state. The defendant fails to appear. Given a citation and notice to appear today. Recommendations?
Your Honor, this is a case where it would appear that an amended information was filed with the court on May 22nd, 2025, alleging 2 counts, an unclassified non-person misdemeanor and a Class B non-person misdemeanor, respectively. I have had the opportunity to review the ticket. The ticket does appear to include a notice to appear date of today's date and time. In light of all that, Your Honor, the state is requesting a bench warrant, 1,000 cash or surety.
Bench warrant issues, $1,000 cash or surety bond required. Will now be on the record in 24 TR 3192, State of Kansas versus Brandy Michelle Newman. Jared Regier for the state. Brandy Newman appearing not, having appeared previously and ordered to book and print, but I don't know that she did. Mr. Regier?
Your Honor, based off my notes from the previous hearing, this is a case where it would appear the court had entered certain orders concerning booking and bond. I do in my file have an affidavit from the jail. That same affidavit would appear to indicate, quote, that as of June 12th, 2025, the defendant failed to report to the Butler County Detention Facility as directed by the court to be processed and released. It would appear that the defendant did appear via Zoom fashion at the previous hearing, at which time the court did continue the matter to today's date and time. And this does appear to be a case where, pursuant to the information, there is 1 count currently before the court, a Class B misdemeanor.
This time, the court issues a bench warrant and a $2,000 cash or surety bond. Anything further, counsel?
Not on this matter, Judge.
Will be on the record in 25 TR 559, State of Kansas versus Jeremy Wayne Presnell. The defendant was given a uniform notice and citation to appear today. for speeding 50 and a 40 and operating with an expired tag. Recommendations, counsel?
Your Honor, this is a case where an amended information was recently filed with the court on June 19th. It appears to retain count 1 an infraction while dismissing count 2 an unclassified misdemeanor. I do not have any information beyond that as far as count 1 is concerned.
All right, so you dismissed the misdemeanor and left the infraction, is that right?
That is what the amended information appears to reflect, Your Honor.
All right, I will order a clerk's letter of notice of suspension for that citation. On the record now in 2025, TR 560, State of Kansas versus Anaya Renee Randall, Jared Regier for the state, defendant failing to appear on driving without insurance in count 1 and driving without tag or registration in count 2. The defendant was given notice to be here today by issuance personally of a citation and notice to appear. But fails to appear. Recommendations, Mr. Regier?
One moment, Your Honor. May I have 30 seconds to confirm one final matter?
That'd be fine.
Your Honor, this is a case where the state understands an amended information has not been filed with the court. In light of the multiple charges and the level of the charges currently before the court, the state is recommending a bench warrant 1,000 cash or surety.
That will be the order of the court. Bench warrant will issue, bond will be set, $1,000 cash or professional surety. Will now be on the record in 2024 TR 1821, State of Kansas versus Amy Lynn Small. Jared Regier for the state. The defendant, Amy Lynn Small, fails to appear after posting bond to be here on count 1 registration and count 2 criminal trespass. It looks like the trespass may have been alleged to have occurred on October 27 of 21, Mr. Regier.
One moment, Your Honor. Your Honor, I'm reviewing the information in this case, 24 TR 1821. The information appears to list one count of expired tag or registration on classified non-person misdemeanor.
Okay. Oh, okay. That trespass falls on a different line, different defendant. Okay. Defendant does fail to appear on a registration violation after being given notice to appear. Mr. Regier, recommendations.
Your Honor, while the state does acknowledge the level of the charge currently before the court and recognizes that the court has traditionally adopted certain approaches regarding this charge, this appears to be the second consecutive failure to appear in this case. Additionally, I am showing an appearance bond in my file for a $500 OR bond, which would appear to be quite generous in light of the multiple consecutive failures to appear in this matter. Therefore, the request before the court by the state is a bench warrant bond forfeiture, no bond hold.
Yes, that is a little more drastic than what we normally see, but somehow we have to get him here and take responsibility. So we can do that, or we can just indefinitely ask the state to suspend our license, but no bond hold will be the order of the court.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Now, on the record in 25 CR 87, State of Kansas versus Samantha Jo Stutter or Studer. Jared Regier for the state. The defendant fails to appear. And although this is filed in 25, Mr. Regier, this is the one where the charge is criminal trespass dating back to October 27 of 21.
That is what the information would appear to reflect, Your Honor.
And it looks like she was served March 18th of 2025. which is also, let me see, there's a notice of corrections. Let me see what that means. Notice for correction. Counsel of record was Catherine Ann Regier. Okay, they changed your name. Okay, they're just showing that that was you. Strike that. That's not important. I mean, it's important, but it's not critical to what we're doing today. All right, Mr. Regier, she does fail to appear on this criminal trespass dating back 4 years ago. How do you want to proceed?
Your Honor, is the court prepared to make a finding of legal service at this juncture? I would note that the
Let me
sum
double check that.
today's date and time.
Let me double check that.
This might be somewhat gilding the lily, but under the particular circumstances of this case, that is the state's request.
What is the state's request? To find that she's,
Fine.
yes, legal.
Your Honor, if the court is prepared to make a finding of legal service, the state is requesting a bench warrant, 2,000 cash or surety. The state does acknowledge that the information in this case does appear to refer to an alleged incident occurring on October 27th, 2021. Nevertheless, the charge currently before the court, although this court traditionally takes up traffic matters, on this docket appears to be a criminal matter, and therefore the state does respectfully suggest that a 2,000 cash or surety bond is appropriate.
And she is still within the statute of limitations, as I recall. This has a 5-year, Mr. Regier.
I would need the opportunity to research that matter further, Your Honor, but I believe that is traditionally seen in these types of situations.
And she did receive residential tack down service March 18th of 2025. Well, strike that. Now, it's the return of service is checked, leaving a copy with Samantha / RSTD, which generally means residential tack down, at 1,000 hours, or a person, and then it says a person of suitable age and discretion, then residing at the defendant's dwelling house or usual place of abode. So which was it? Residential tack down or with person living at the house?
That is the basis of the state's request for the court to make a finding of legal service. The return does appear to indicate residential tack down on the line typically reserved for residential service. However, the individual listed as the person on the second line of the return of service does appear to have at least the same first name as the alleged defendant in this matter.
And the face copy does have RSTD at the top as what we normally would expect. Cedric County Sheriff's stamp. Also on the face sheet, as well as the notes on the second page that we're referring to by the deputy's signature. I will find legal notice and issue a bench warrant with 2,000 cash or surety bond required.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome, and I believe that's the last one on our docket. Does anyone have anyone else?
One moment, Your Honor. I do apologize.
No problem.
I have no one further, Your Honor.
Thank you, Destiny.
Nothing further from the state, Your Honor.
This docket is adjourned. Thank you all for your time.